Good evening, Mandala. Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all on the fifth day of International Conference on Social Work and Sciences, Shared Future for Transformative Change, Harmonious Coexistence, Nature, Environment, and Indigenous Wisdom, Diversity, Inclusion, and Sustainable Development 2024, and also for the World Social Work Day and Week celebrations 2024, also commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 76 years of independence, and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India, Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, and all other collaborators, and international and national fraternity, and all others. Before we start our sessions, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's proceedings. We'll be calling today's presenters. Those who are in the conference can share your details in the chat box as per the list. On first come, first serve basis, we'll be calling up the presenters. If the order is as per the schedule, we can go with the schedule. Or if any of the speakers or presenters are not present, then we'll skip the schedule and take up as per the availability. And after all the scheduled presentations, those who are interested to present can also share your details in the chat box, requesting presentations to the host. So let's check the schedule for today. And those who are registering on spot, yesterday, today, daily registrations are happening. You can kindly join every day whenever it is possible. We request all the presenters and participants to join daily at 6 o'clock, and whenever you get time, you kindly complete your presentations. And for participation is mandatory, so kindly join in time and keep attending the session. Those who have missed their presentations can utilize the available time after the presentations. And we are planning to have a special session from tomorrow, 2 p.m. onwards, that is on Sunday. For those who have missed the sessions from 19th till date, that is till tomorrow, all the presentations can be completed tomorrow, and there will be no further opportunity given as we don't have time also. So we request everyone, presenters who have registered for presentation and whose presentations have been scheduled or unscheduled, those who have opted on these days are requested to join tomorrow, or if it is possible on a daily basis, you can opt for your presentations whenever there is time available. Otherwise, you can join at 2 o'clock and complete your presentations. And we'll also have regular sessions from 6 o'clock as we have limited time. So we have extended one more session. So we request all the presenters to utilize this opportunity, and those who are attending the conference can inform your friends and colleagues, those who have registered. And those who are willing to present can share your details in the chat box in the format given, your topic, name, designation, organization, and place from where you are representing. So today, we have presentations scheduled. Most of the presenters are from Amity University, along with other institutions. So the list of speakers, if you are available in the meeting, kindly share your details in chat box. Tanvi R. Raita. In the same format, you can share your details in chat box so that we can invite you. And whenever you are joining, whenever any presenter is joining, as per the schedule, kindly keep checking. And the schedule is tentative and indicative. When there are no speakers, the sessions will get closed automatically because we can't keep idle. So don't wait for your scheduled time. Sometimes you might have seen there are too many presenters listed and it can run till 12 o'clock also. But that doesn't mean that sessions will go that long, as not all speakers are turning up for their presentations. So whoever is available will be taking up one by one after the other, as per their availability and presence in the conference. So don't wait till the scheduled time. We request everyone to join at 6 o'clock and keep observing. Whenever your turn comes, you can make the presentation. So today we have presentations by Tanvi Raita, Tarini Pathak, Sanika Rastogi, Misty Seth, Gauri Sarla, Vanishka Singhal, Tanishi Mathur, Rakshita Bish, Rajvi Sharma, Dharanveer, Sachin Janardhan Sakat, Kangan Singh, Suchita Nagpal, Navya Tripathi, Asmita Sanjeev, Malaika, Yashasvi Gupta, Aisha Parveen, Ausbek Karshlev, Ananya Segal, Rinkle Bhatia, Dr. Kantarajas. So these are the scheduled presentations today. Those who are available in the conference, kindly share your details as listed here, or you can use your topic, name, designation, and the place frame where you are representing, along with duration. So we can invite you as per the queue order in chat box. Yeah, today we will take up, as the sessions are scheduled from 6:40. What we'll do, we'll complete the commemorations today, and after that, kindly inform I think if most of them are from same institutions, maybe you know each other. So kindly inform the rest of the speakers also to join the conference and be ready with your presentations, PPTs. And in another 20-30 minutes, we will invite you all for the presentations. Kindly, all the presenters, be ready with your PPT and check your camera and audio, video, whether it's properly functioning, your device is properly connected and working, so that we can invite you for the presentations. And whoever is available, share your details in the chat box. One by one, we'll be calling you. Do not forget to share your details. Or if you are available as per the serial order, you can raise your hand so that we can check. And as per the details, we can allow. So today, we are commemorating World Meteorological Day. Every 23rd March, every year, the World Meteorological Organization commemorates the coming into force of the convention establishing World Meteorological Organization on 23rd March 1950. It showcases the essential contribution of national meteorological and hydrological services to the safety and well-being of the society, and it is also commemorated with activities around the world. The themes for World Meteorological Day reflect topical weather, climate, and water-related issues. Day before yesterday, we commemorated International Day of Forest. Yesterday, we have celebrated and commemorated World Water Day. And today, we are also commemorating World Meteorological Day, which is related to climate, weather, and so on. So the theme for this World Meteorological Day 2024 is at the front line of climate action. So climate change is real and undeniable threat to our entire civilization. The effects are already visible and will be catastrophic unless we act now. So the theme of the World Meteorological Day 2024 is therefore at the front line of climate action. Yesterday, I was referring to extinction of human beings. Till now, we have seen extinction of various species, but with the impact of climate change and global warming, things have been drastically changing. As one example I gave, 100 degrees difference in the polar regions. Imagine even a fraction of that happens in any of the populated nation where humans live. Then you can imagine the catastrophic event that can occur. You can just imagine, visualize how much deaths will happen with sunstroke, hydration, dehydration, and all this. So that's why when we say extinction of human beings, we can imagine where we are leading to. Unless and until we act now, immediately, right now, if we don't take action, then it will not be too far, as this decade is also a decade of restoration. After 2030, we already started digging our own graves. And after 2030, we can't imagine what is going to happen to us and to the entire planet. As we know, the nature has its own way of handling the things. So nature can protect itself. It doesn't need anyone. And if the human beings or human species has become a pest for the entire 8.4 billion plus species, now nature, as a farmer, as a caretaker of the entire planet, it has to weed out the human species out of the planet. Now, hope even we humans, if we are caretakers, we would also remove ourselves or remove any other species which has become catastrophic and detrimental to the entire species on the planet. That kind of danger, that kind of threat we are posing not only to ourselves, to the entire planet, is not a true representation of the intellect, knowledge, wisdom that human species are truly claiming. So it's a high time that we realize the blunders we have committed over a period of time, and it's high time to start utilizing our ancient knowledge, traditional systems and traditional knowledge systems and go back to the sustainable practices. Otherwise, the same graves which we have started digging, and we have to bury ourselves in the same graves. And soon, we are now talking of extinction of various species, but in the coming decade, we have to start talking on extinction of human beings. And that is going to be a trending topic in another 1-2 decades. So climate change is going to play a major role in the extinction. So that's why climate change is real and undeniable threat which affects each and every species on the planet. It's not just human beings, and no one is left behind. No country, no citizen of any country is left behind with the climate change. Everyone is being affected by this climate change. If we look at various themes, we can understand the importance that has been given and the focus of these commemorations and celebrations of World Meteorological Day. Starting since 1961, various themes of World Meteorological Day has been, as in 1961, meteorology and general themes. 1962 theme, contribution of meteorological to agriculture and food production. 1963, transport and meteorology, in particular application of meteorology to aviation. 1964 theme, meteorology as a factor of economic development. 1965 theme, international cooperation in meteorology. 1966 theme, World Weather Watch. 1967 theme, weather and water. 1968 theme, meteorology and agriculture. 1969 theme, the economic value of meteorological services. 1970 theme, meteorological education and training. 1971 theme, meteorology and human environment. The same theme was taken up even in 1972. In 1973 theme, 100 years of international cooperation in meteorology. In 1974, theme was meteorology and tourism. In 1975, the theme was meteorology and telecommunications. In 1976, the theme was weather and food. 1977 theme, weather and water. 1978 theme, meteorology and research for the future. 1979, meteorology and energy. 1980, man and climate variability. 1981, World Weather Watch as a tool for development. 1982, observing the weather from space. 1983, the weather observer. 1984, theme, meteorology aids food production. 1985, meteorology and public safety. 1986, climate variations, drought and desertification. 1987 theme, meteorology, a model of international cooperation. 1988, meteorology and the media. 1989, meteorology in the service of aviation. 1990, natural disaster reduction, how meteorological and hydrological services can help. 1991, the atmosphere of living planet Earth. 1992, weather and climate services for sustainable development. 1993, meteorology and transfer of technology. 1994, observing the weather and climate. 1995 theme, public weather services. 1996 theme, meteorology in the service of sports. 1997 theme, weather and water in cities. 1998 theme, weather, oceans and human activity. 1999 theme, weather, climate and health. 2000 theme, the World Meteorological Organization, 50 years of service. 2001 theme, volunteers for weather, climate and water. 2002, reducing vulnerability to weather and climate extremes. 2003 theme, our future climate. 2004 theme, weather, climate and water in information age. 2005, weather, climate, water and sustainable development. 2006, preventing and mitigating natural disasters. 2007, polar meteorology, understanding global impact. 2008, observing our planet for a better future. 2009, weather, climate and the air we breathe. 2010, 60 years of service for your safety and well-being. 2011, climate for you. 2012, powering our future with weather, climate and water. 2013, watching the weather to protect life and property, celebrating 50 years of World Weather Watch. 2014, weather and climate, engaging youth. 2015 theme, climate knowledge for climate action. 2016 theme, hotter, drier, wetter, face the future. 2017 theme, understanding clouds. 2018, until recent and the present theme. Similarly, the themes have been reflecting various weather, climate or water related issues. Now with the 2024 theme is at the front line of climate action. So we can see with the themes itself how the focus has been shifting, and we need to focus, we need to invest our time, resources and research in these topics so that we can address the vulnerability and also the coming threats to the humankind, including all the species on the planet. Every 23rd March, the World Meteorological Organization commemorates the coming into the force of convention, establishing the World Meteorological Organization on 23rd March 1950. So we have seen there are various priorities like early warnings for all, agriculture and food security, state of climate, change of mitigation, climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, health and well-being, water resource management, and so on. These are the various topics which are of importance for this theme. So what are the various challenges? Early warning systems are vital tool to help society to hazardous weather, water, and climate events. They are cost-effective and save lives, reduce economic losses, and provide a nearly tenfold return on investment. Early warning services underpin progress in many of the SDGs and embrace power of partnerships. They reduce vulnerability to extreme weather events and associated poverty. They enable anticipatory action to protect agricultural livelihoods and food security. They minimize loss and damages, heat, early warnings, support good health and well-being, and contribute to more sustainable cities. Early warnings work, they must work for everyone. They are not a luxury, but a must. The statistics speak for themselves. Between 1970 and 2021, there were over 2 million reported deaths and $4.3 trillion in economic losses from the weather, climate, and water extremes. Economic losses have soared, but improved early warnings and coordinated disaster management has slashed the casualty toll. Thus, there are more than 550,000 reported deaths from weather, climate, and water-related hazards between 1970 and 1979, and between 2010 and 2019, this fell to just under 185,000. So this is still unacceptably high, and more than 90% of the reported deaths occur in developing countries. Despite the urgent need, only half of the countries worldwide report having adequate multi-hazard early warning systems. So what is the response for this? The International Early Warnings for All initiative seeks to change that to ensure that everyone on Earth is covered by early warning systems. By the end of 2027, World Meteorological Organization, together with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, co-led the Early Warnings for All initiative with support from the International Telecommunications Union, ITU in short, and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, IFRC. Early Warnings for All is an example of SDG 17, Partnerships in Action. It requires global collaboration across UN entities, the scientific community, the private sector, financing institutions, government, academia, and all others. Early warnings for all are being rolled out on the ground. This is thanks to no small part of impetus provided by the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems, in short known as CREWS initiative, which funds projects in the least developed countries and small island developing states in the Caribbean and the Pacific to establish risk-informed early warning services. This is complemented by the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, in short known as SOFF, to close the climate and weather observations data gap in countries with the most severe shortfalls. WMO programs, including those on tropical cyclones, drought, and food management, are now fine-tuned to support overriding poverty of Early Warnings for All. Early Warnings for All is a groundbreaking initiative to ensure that everyone on Earth is protected from hazardous weather, water, or climate events through life-saving early warning systems by the end of 2027. So the delivery of early warnings for all requires scale-up and coordinated investments and action across 4 essential pillars of people-centered end to multi-hazard early warning systems, in short known as MHEWS, and along with it, disaster risk knowledge, detection, observation, monitoring, analysis and forecasting, warning dissemination and communication, and preparedness and response capabilities. Achieving early warnings for all requires broad partnerships at the global, regional, and national levels in support of the most vulnerable and at risk. The 2023 Global Status of Multi-Hazard Early Warning Systems report launched its COP28 analyzes the latest data 1 year into early warnings for all initiative, which aims to cover everyone, everywhere by 2027. Interactive early warnings for all dashboard is also now available for further research and findings. With respect to climate change, the state of climate, the challenges are each decade since the 1980s have been warmer than the previous one. Every year, if we see, the statistics says every year it is becoming hotter and hotter, warmer and warmer than the previous year. 2023 was the hottest year on the record with the global mean temperature at about 1.45 degrees above the 1850 to 1900 average. This was largely due to combination of human-induced climate change and El Nino, a naturally occurring phenomenon which is based on human disasters. Rising temperatures are being accompanied by more extreme events, heat waves, floods, droughts, wildfires, and rapidly intensifying tropical cyclones. The weather is being turbocharged by the excess energy in the atmosphere trapped by the record levels of greenhouse gases by various human activities. Ocean heat is record high. The warming has accelerated and is expected to continue for hundreds and even thousands of years. Ocean acidification is also increasing, impacting marine ecosystems. Sea level rise has speeded up dramatically, posing a growing threat to the low-lying states and coastal populations. Even the latest IPCC report says that in coming days, most of the coastal areas, even in India, 16 places have been identified, like Mumbai, Chennai, and Calcutta, and many other places, where the, where the low-lying areas, where seaports are there. Even most of the coastal line, we have these cities will be submerged. Like we see the Dwaraka city, which is completely underwater, submerged. Now all these cities will be submerged in next few years due to sea level rise, and most of the countries which are small island countries are going to be submerged. And you can imagine how much portion of land is available when compared to water. It is just 1/3, and within 1/3 how much we will lose and how we are going to handle or address this exploding population, which has recently crossed 8 billion population, where they are going to live, and how we are going to provide housing facility, and how we are going to provide food for them. And it is the greatest challenge that we are not able to realize what we have did to the planet and nature. So it's a high time we realize our mistake and adapt sustainable practices. And glaciers and ice sheets are retreating, and this will jeopardize our future water scarcity and security and essential ecosystems, and worsen sea level rise. Sea ice continues to shrink, and permafrost is melting, which further heightens the potential for greenhouse gases emissions. Yesterday also we were discussing the climate change of 100 degrees change is not a change that has occurred anywhere before 200 to 300 years. But within last 200 and 300 years, we have seen these drastic changes that are happening, which have never happened on the planet. So thanks to the human activities, that the destruction has accelerated million and billion times, which never happened on the planet. So now the entire credit goes to human species for destroying and the entire planet, including themselves. So what would be the response? World Meteorological Organization and its members monitor the state of climate at global, regional, and national level to inform policymakers of the utmost urgency of climate action. It is a custodian of global climate change observing system, which assesses climate indicators and impacts. And World Meteorological Organization fosters research and provides a platform for collaboration to strengthen predictions and understanding of our changing Earth system. It co-sponsors the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in short known as IPCC, which we were talking yesterday and today, and the World Climate Research Program. WMO also generates climate information tools and guidance to support country-level decision-making and solutions, as well as the mobilization of climate finance. Now, what are the priorities? There is no time to lose in mitigating climate change. This means we have to make drastic reductions in greenhouse gases, which trap heat in the atmosphere. An integral part of this is to phase out the use of polluting fossil fuels and switch to cleaner energy sources. Cutting down CO2, clean energy are the priorities before us. Cutting CO2, carbon dioxide, concentrations of greenhouse gases which trap heat in the atmosphere are record high. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, atmospheric carbon dioxide CO2 concentrations remained almost constant at around 280 parts per million for thousands of years. As I was mentioning, since billions and millions of years, and since thousands of years, the climate was very stable, unless and until our human species started exploding and destroying the climate, nature, environment at a drastic rate. And CO2, so since these recent years, CO2 concentrations have increased by whooping 50%, reaching 417.9 ppm in 2022 because of burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and changes in the land use. Carbon dioxide is by far the most important of the long-lived greenhouse gases related to human activities. The others include methane and nitrous oxide. Yesterday, we were talking about the animal farming. What happens if we rear animals for the food? Methane gas emission. That is also one of the most vulnerable, contributing greenhouse gas. So the more we consume meat, the more we are accelerating the climate change, the more faster we are digging our graves. So try to cut down, and the best thing we can do now at this point is to immediately shift to vegan. There is no other way. The more we prolong, the more we procrastinate, the more faster we are going to invite our death and disaster. So CO2 is by far most important of the long-lived greenhouse gases, and nearly half of CO2 emissions remain in the atmosphere. Just over 1/4 are observed by the ocean and just under 30% by land ecosystems like forests and wetlands. As long as the emissions continue, CO2 will continue accumulating in the atmosphere, leading to global temperature rise. Given the long life of CO2, the temperature level already observed will persist for decades to come. To keep global temperature rise to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial era, the lower level of the Paris Agreement on climate change, there must be steep reductions in the greenhouse gases, leading to global net zero emissions by early 2050. So now this is 2024, and we hardly have 25 years, 26 years, and we hardly are running out of time. We hardly have any time to save ourselves, our human species, to become extinct. Without urgent action, current mitigation policies will lead to estimated global warming of 2.8%, 8 degrees Celsius by the end of this century compared to pre-industrial levels. So, what would be the response now? But we cannot effectively manage what is not measured. This is only what these statistics or what we are talking is only what we have measured is just a fraction of what is happening or what has happened. What about which is not measured? And imagine always the reported, recorded, measured is far many times lower than what actually happens. So we can extrapolate these statistics many 100 times higher than what damage has occurred. So you can imagine why we are talking about the extinction of even human beings is because of unmeasured of what is happening across the world on the planet. So that's why we cannot effectively manage what is not measured. Even what is measured is also being not properly addressed and managed by us. And just imagine what we can do about which is not unmeasured, right? So WMO is therefore developing the Global Greenhouse Gas Watch to support and inform mitigation actions. The Global Greenhouse Gas Watch, also known as G3W, will strengthen and coordinate monitoring activities to provide a more solid scientific basis to inform mitigation actions taken under the Paris Agreement on climate change. This important initiative aims to fill critical information gaps in the knowledge of geographic distribution and trends fluxes of the major greenhouse gases and provide an integrated operational framework that brings under one roof all space-based and surface-based observing systems, as well as modeling and data assimilation capabilities. The Global Greenhouse Gas Watch will provide a wealth of quantitative data to help improve our understanding of the greenhouse cycles. This will allow us for better prediction for long-term climate trajectories and inform mitigation activities required here and now. It builds on WMO's successful track record in coordinating international collaboration in weather prediction and climate analysis and on long-standing activities in greenhouse gas monitoring and research covering from minutes to years and from the local scale to the globe. So this WMO Global Greenhouse Watch, in short known as G3W, fills critical information gaps and provides an integrated operational framework that brings under one roof all the space and surface-based observation systems. So another immediate challenge is moving to clean energy. Of course, there is a lot we can talk on this, so we will stop here after this topic, and then we will take up presentations, and at the end of the presentations, I will take up a few more challenges where we can work upon. So in the meanwhile, I request all the presenters who are scheduled and who are awaiting for their presentations to kindly share their details in the chat box, as you can see on the screen. So the next challenge is clean energy. So what are the challenges? Sustainable Development Goals 7 seeks to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Energy systems are the engine of economic and social development, given that rapid decarbonization to achieve net zero by 2050 is vital. We must break our addiction to pollution fossil fuels and embrace a cleaner, greener future. Now we need to stop using more and more vehicles are coming on the road. That means more and more CO2 emissions. Instead, we have to opt for public transport and we have to demand for effective, safety, and efficient public transport systems. That is the only way ahead. If everyone starts taking their own vehicle and coming onto the roads, imagine the road space we have is very limited, and more emissions because of traffic issues. Now itself we are seeing lot of traffic jams, hours and hours of traffic jams. Instead, go opt for public transport. That will save, the same with an additional fuel. Many people can be transported. Use trains, metros, or trams, or public transport systems like buses and all, so that you can contribute from your part, the carbon footprint. So energy systems are the engine of economic and social development, given that energy sector contributes around 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emissions, and rapid decarbonization to achieve net zero by 2050 is vital. We must break our addiction to polluting fossil fuels and embrace a cleaner and greener future. Let's not be too much possessed and obsessed with our vehicles. Let's think of ourselves and our future, and let's shift to public transport systems and say yes to climate change mitigation. So the global total installed capacity of renewable power and its share in the electricity grid has increased over past 2 decades. Today, some 30% of the power generation globally is renewable thanks to the solar power. In 2023, the world added almost 510 gigawatts of renewable capacity, marking an increase of about 50% from the previous year. This growth rate was the fastest in past 2 decades. But we must move faster. This is not enough. We need to accelerate much more towards cleaner and green energy. However, the efforts towards net zero emission will require huge water resources, which are increasingly under pressure. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in short known as IPCC, has identified fresh water requirements associated with most measures reducing emissions and sequestration. These requirements must be understood and managed in socially and politically acceptable ways to reduce water intensity while increasing synergies with sustainable development. So what could be the response? Energy generation and planning of operations are affected by hydrological and meteorological events. Energy systems are increasingly exposed to the fluctuations in weather and climate, affecting both energy security as well as demand. Policy makers, energy planners, and grid operators therefore need comprehensive data and analysis to ensure the resilience of energy systems to climate change related shocks and inform measures to increase energy efficiency. Climate services inform site selection, resource assessment and maintenance, and optimization of energy systems. The WMO community is strengthening activities and partnerships to provide targeted services and information to support the transition to renewables. This takes into consideration the influence of weather and climate on the operational capacity and efficiency of wind, solar, and hydropower systems. If we take few case studies, in finance, Rosio de Transport Electricité, in short known as RTE, the electricity transmission system operator of France, uses climate information and energy conversion models to calculate electricity demand and how it will be met by different generation means, including renewables, for its long-term prospective studies. In China, an early warning system aims to address risks to human life, energy, stability, and company assets via an online platform which issues warnings and recommendations regarding weather events posing risks to offshore wind farm operations. In Egypt, a solar atlas developed by the government of Egypt with support from the Group on Earth Observations is being used by the government to plan future national investments and efficient exploitation of solar energy In Ethiopia, the use of forecasts to manage hydropower operations produces cumulative decadal benefits ranging from $1 to $6.5 billion compared to a climatological no forecast approach. In Tajikistan, hydrometeorological data analytics in Tajikistan support climate resilient hydropower operations and reduce vulnerability to climate change. In the United States of America, the use of stream flow forecast increases energy production from major Columbia River, United States hydropower dams by 5.5 TWH per year, resulting in an average increase in an annual revenue of approximately $153 million per year. So we will stop here and we'll take up the presentations. Hope the presenters have shared their details in the chat box. If not, we request immediately to share the details in the chat box. So first we have with us, let us know your presence with your details, presenters, so that we can invite you if you are available in the conference. So now we will take up our first presentation for the day. So we have with us Mahak Nayak. Kindly be ready with your PPT. In the meanwhile, other speakers, presenters also share your details. We'll be calling as per the queue in the chat box. Yeah, Mahak Nayak. And there is already a registration form open for the day. Kindly do not, whoever is being made co-host, kindly do not close, because if that gets closed, we cannot again open it. So others will lose the opportunity to register. So kindly be vigilant about that and do not close and create an issue for all the participants in the conference. Yeah, Mahak Nayak, can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation with your brief introduction.
Yes, sir, sure. All right. So, good evening, everybody. I am Mehak Nayak from Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences. And today at this conference, I'd like to present my research paper on the topic Dark Side of the Leash, which explores the unexpected downsides of pet ownership. So I'll just share my screen so that I can further elaborate more on the topic. And all right. All right, so I hope everybody is able to look at the presentation here. So the topic of my presentation is Dark Side of the Leash, exploring the unexpected downsides of pet ownership. And going further about what I'll be discussing is my research background and motivation to do this particular topic, the objectives, methodology involved in this research results, conclusions, and discussions of this topic. So the first thing that we have is the research background and motivation. So as we all know that pet ownership is always associated with the positive impact, and it is well known that whoever has a pet will always mostly have will undergo the positive impacts of it, and there's much research to be done on the negative impacts of the same. So first, the research gap. So the lack of comprehensive understanding of pet ownership impacts. So this is what motivated me to further dive into this topic in depth and get to know about what could be the negative impacts of the same. We are well versed with what the positive impacts are. And when we get to animal welfare, concerns about pets' well-being due to neglect or abandonment. So there are many people who just indulge with pet ownership just because they think that it is only going to have positive impacts and it's going to be an easy task to pull off pet ownership with a responsible and a various careful outlook. But this is not the same case with various other people, which can lead to a harm to the animal welfare. Later, we have owner well-being. So as if there's not a healthy pet ownership, it can impact the animal and also the owner's well-being. Various other motivations were public health and responsible pet ownership and further policy planning for various pet-friendly policies and support services, and to let people know that pet ownership has to be taken care with responsibility and with very much carefulness, and they should know that what they're getting into. So the objective of my study was to investigate the negative impacts of pet ownership in financial, emotional, social, personal travel, and even the unexpected aspects, to investigate ways to counteract and control the detrimental effects of pet ownership. So here I not only discuss the various factors, but also how to control and prevent from those from happening. The methodology also included the research method employed here was thematic analysis through qualitative interviews, and the sample size was 20 participants. The sampling method was snowball sampling, and as you can see on the screen here, the sample profile included the inclusion criteria of young adults, 18 to 28-year-olds, who who had pets and were residing in the Delhi NCR region and were not diagnosed with any mental health conditions or psychological conditions. Then, when we talk about the research results, to just quickly give you a recap about it, it was about coming down to 7 themes and 29 sub-themes were identified. The themes are as displayed on the screen: responsible pet ownership, emotional challenges, social challenges, financial travel, personal, and even the unexpected challenges that can come across while you have a pet. So here it was noticed that responsible pet ownership, the keyword, was used by all of the 20 participants about 68 times to highlight how important it is to be careful with the kind of pet you're owning and the lifestyle that you have when you own a pet. Later, I have this chart to further explain how these 7 themes were interrelated and had their own ecosystem of impacting one another. They were not independent factors, but impacted one another. For example, the financial aspect of owning a pet is basically having the particular stipend of having a pet. And if you're able to basically be financially compatible with having a pet and their vet visits and everything, it further impacts your emotional health of the pet owner. Basically, if they are experiencing any kind of anxiety or any kind of pressures, if they are not financially equipped, it can lead to various detrimental emotional further causes and consequences. When we come to the later part of the discussion, it is whereas research on pet ownership and mental wellness presents a nuanced picture, there was Griffin in 2022 who emphasized the benefits, but there was Tillerman in 2024 who urges that it requires a lot of time and financial commitments of pet ownership. And further, Mueller and King also found that pet ownership and basically, especially dog ownership, was linked with higher depression amongst the unemployed. As for previously mentioned, financial inability to have a pet can impact a person's emotional well-being also. Lastly, Marcy and Modesto et al. In 2023, in their research, saw no significant differences between mental health scores and having a pet or not having a pet. So the myth that we all conform into, that having a pet always has the positive impacts and not really the joyous things that we thought would be associated with pet ownership, is not really true. And lastly, uh, to share about this conclusion, We have 7 major themes, which was further identified by the analysis of qualitative interviews with 20 pet owners. And majorly, all of them were having dogs and cats primarily. And the challenges that they faced were of social, emotional, travel, personal, financial, and unforeseen problems, and highlighting how responsible pet ownership is a very essential component. Further, the results highlight the significance of adopting appropriate pet ownership behaviors and the necessity of providing pet owners with support networks. And also, it is advised to further address these issues and not to succumb into the various stereotypes that we come across in this society. So, wrapping up, thank you everybody for listening. And that is where I kind of up my presentation.
Congratulations, Mayuk Naik. You have taken up a research on pets related to animal welfare. That is welcoming move that we are also working on animal welfare, and we appreciate you for such kind of research, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can quickly share it in chat box, your appreciations, feedback, or if anyone would like to share orally, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, we can move on to next session. Okay, you can continue to share in chat box. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Kangan Singh. Are you there? You can raise your hand. Okay. So you can start your audio and video and your presentation with your brief introduction. Then unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Yes, sir. Uh, so good afternoon. I'm Kangan Singh, a student of BA Honors Applied Psychology in Amity University, Noida, and I'm here to present my paper on personality trait and emotional intelligence among young adults. Jung's psychological types defines extroversion as outward turning libido, while introversion as inward turning libido. In Symbols of Transformation, he defined libido as a psychic energy, referring to the intensity of psychological processes and their determining force. Jung's concept of extroversion-introversion as basic attitudes of consciousness is a significant contribution to the understanding of human personality and its potential for individuation into ego consciousness, aiding to adaptation to inner and outer reality. In Jungian psychology, the prefixes extra and intro, meaning outside and inside, allude to version or turn a personality takes while reflecting on something that has influenced it. Extra refers to focusing one's attention on the reality of others to fully experience, characterize, assess, and gauge them. Intro refers to focusing on one's personal experience with an object to gain a deeper understanding of its significance. Extroverts tend to be more conversational, gregarious, and energetic, like the first person example above. In contrast, an introvert is usually reserved, quiet, and passive. Whereas emotional intelligence is defined as the ability, aptitude, talent, or perceived ability to detect, appraise, and regulate one's, others, and group's emotion. People with a high level of emotional intelligence are keenly aware of their own feelings and can also perceive those of others. They are kind, resilient, and optimistic. Surprisingly, emotional intelligence is a relatively new behavioral model. It was not until Goldman's publication of emotional intelligence that the phrase gained popularity. Individuals may become more productive and successful in their jobs by developing their emotional intelligence, and they can help others to do the same. Emotional intelligence development includes numerous factors that have been to alleviate stress by moderating conflict, enhancing understanding and relationships, and encouraging stability, continuity, and harmony. Now, as we reflect on these two variables, the extrovert and introvert personality trait and emotional intelligence, it becomes evident that they might be linked. Now, I'll be talking about few of the researches that I've reviewed in this paper. The first one by Friti Teheruddin Behrul-Nisa did a study on personality characteristics of introverts, extroverts, and ambiverts in elementary school students. This study explores the personality of first and to third graders, revealing three personality types: closed, silent, and adaptable, indicating diverse personalities. The second research was done by Arigia Amelia Sari in 2018, studied this relationship of extrovert and introvert personality types against student achievement faculty of nursing. This study found a strong correlation between personality and student achievement, indicating a positive learning process. However, further research is needed to explore other variables like interest, motivation, teaching methods, and environmental factors. The third research was conducted on a topic of existing work and future challenges on improving emotional intelligence. This article reviewed 46 studies on emotional intelligence interventions, impact on adult populations, highlighting their usefulness, but highlighting and limiting suggestions for the future interventions. The rationale of the research is the need to explore the relationship between extrovert and introvert personality traits and emotional intelligence that is both theoretically enlightening and practically significant. Understanding how these fundamental dimensions of personality interact with emotional intelligence can enhance theoretical models of human behavior while offering practical insights for improving interpersonal relationships and emotional well-being. By understanding gaps in literature and examining individual differences, empirical research in this area has the potential to inform personalized interventions and strategies across various contexts, ultimately contributing to more comprehensive understanding of human psychology and fostering positive outcomes in education, counseling, and organizational settings. The aim of this primary research is to study personality traits and emotional intelligence among young adults, and to study the relationship between introvert and extrovert personality and emotional intelligence among young adults as the objective of the research. The hypothesis of this research is, first, there will be a significant relationship between introvert personality traits and emotional intelligence among young adults. The second, there will be significant relationship between extrovert personality traits and emotional intelligence among young adults. The research design involves the selection of a sample size comprising 100 young adults ranging from 18 to 30 years old. This sample size is chosen to meet the age requirements of the questionnaires, that is, the introversion scale by McCroskey and the situational test of emotional management by McCann and Robert used in this research. The inclusion criteria are strategically set to focus on young adults aged 18 to 13 years old. This ensures that the individual align closely with the questionnaires used in this research, allowing for meaningful conclusions to be drawn. To assemble the dataset, a convenient sampling technique was employed. In contrast, the exclusion criteria is equally crucial. The population who are younger or older than 18 to 30 years of age were excluded, as this could limit the ability to thoroughly analyze and extract the valuable of insights. In conclusion, the present research aims to study the relationship between personality traits and emotional intelligence among young adults. The sample was of 100 young adults with the age range of 18 to 30 years old. The introversion scale and the situational test for emotional management was used for the data collection. The analysis began with the elimination of descriptive statistics for both introverted, extroverted personality traits and emotional intelligence by administering Pearson's correlation. The findings revealed that there is a significant relationship between introverted personality trait and emotional intelligence at both the levels, with correlation coefficient as 0.374, indicating high emotional intelligence in young adults with introverted personality, whereas there is no significant relationship between extroverted personality trait and emotional intelligence at both levels, thus rejecting the second hypothesis. Thank you for your attention, and any question or feedbacks are welcomed.
Congratulations, ma'am. Very well presented. Participants, if you have any queries or feedback, feel free to share. You can use chat box or raise your hand. Or you can continue sharing your feedback. We wish you all the success, Kangan Singh. We'll move on to our next presenter, Yashasvi. Are you there? You can raise your hand. Okay, now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation with your brief introduction.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Yashasvi Gupta, and I'm from Amity University, and I'll be presenting my research. And the topic is spiritual health and hopelessness as predicting factors in determining self-efficacy in young adults with visual impairment. So my target population was, of course, visually impaired people, and the age range was from 16 to 24 years of age, as I was as the age range was for young adults. Now, it's pretty interesting to note how there's a lot of studies and tons of information on physical limitations that are related to visual impairment. Yeah. Related to visual impairment, but when it comes to more psychosocial dynamics, psychosocial determinations like spiritual health, social self-efficacy, and hopelessness, there's not much that I could find. Now, in India alone, there are estimated 4.95 million blind people and 70 million visually impaired people, out of which 0.24 million are blind children, and yet there is not much research done on psychosocial aspects. So the prevalence of visually impairment is higher among certain demographic groups, including young adults, due to factors such as inadequate access to quality eye care services, socioeconomic disparities, and limited educational opportunities. So the main aim of my study was to examine how spiritual health and hopelessness impacts self-efficacy in young adults with visual impairment. I utilized three standardized scales. First for spirituality index of well-being, or SIWIB. Then Beck's hopelessness inventory, or BHI, and then general self-efficacy scale, or GSE. And I used multiple regression and correlation to calculate the results. So my hypothesis was that there's going to be a significant relationship between spiritual health, hopelessness, and self-efficacy among young adults with visual impairment. And also for correlation, spiritual health will be positively correlated with self-efficacy, and feelings of hopelessness are negatively correlated with self-efficacy. So my results showed that R, which is multiple correlation coefficient, observed outcomes and predicted outcomes by the regression model. In this case, R was 0.658, which indicates a moderately strong positive correlation between the predictor variables, which are spiritual health and hopelessness, and the outcome variables, which is variable, which is self-efficacy. So the multiple regression model indicates that spiritual health and hopelessness together have a moderately strong relationship with self-efficacy among young adults with visual impairment. The model accounts for a significant proportion of variance in self-efficacy, suggesting that these predictor variables play an important role in determining individuals' perceived efficacy in managing tasks and achieving goals despite their visual impairment. However, it's important to note that there may be other factors not included in this model that can also contribute to self-efficacy among this population. Now, talking about the correlation part, hopelessness and spirituality. The correlation coefficient was negative 0.608, which indicates a strong negative correlation between hopelessness and spirituality among the sample population, which is young adults with visual impairment. Then this suggests that as the level of hopelessness increases, level of spirituality tends to decrease and vice versa. Now, next, for hopelessness and self-efficacy, the correlation coefficient was negative 0.671, which indicates, again, strong negative correlation between hopelessness and self-efficacy. This also suggests that as the level of hopelessness decreases, levels of self-efficacy tends to increase. Now, for correlation between spirituality and self-efficacy, it was positive 0.506, which indicates moderate positive correlation between these two variables. And this suggests that as the level of spirituality increases, level of self-efficacy also tends to increase and vice versa. Now, the study that I've done, I did it on a very small scale and on a very small population. But I hope that there are more future researchers done on it, and these could be longitudinal studies, intervention studies, and also qualitative researches. And that's about it for my presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations, Yashasvi. You don't have any PPT for this?
No, sir. I chose the oral presentation option.
Okay, congratulations. Very well presented. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can share your feedback. You can continue to share in chat box. We'll move on to our next presenter. Tarini Pathak. Are you available? You can raise your hand. You can unmute yourself. Start your audio and video and presentation. Meanwhile, other presenters, kindly share your details in the chat box so that we'll be calling you as per the queue. Be ready with your presentations.
All right. So, hello, everyone. Today, I'll be sharing the findings of my research on the impact of violent media exposure on aggressive behavior in young adults. So, from trending TV shows to compelling video games that take the world by storm, media holds the power to captivate audiences and shape cultural conversations. It has the ability to influence opinions, spark important discussions, and bring people together through shared experiences. Exposure to media encompassing television, movies, video games, social media, and online platforms has become an integral aspect of contemporary life, shaping individuals' perception, attitudes, and behaviors. Media has the potential to both reflect and shape societal norms, values, and beliefs, making it a powerful tool for cultural influence. With the rise of digital media and streaming services, individuals now have more access than ever to a wide range of content that can impact their worldview. We all know young adults spend a lot of time consuming media. TV shows, video games, even social media. But some of this content can be quite violent. This raises a crucial question. Does exposure to violent media make young adults more aggressive? To explore this question, I investigated the correlation between exposure to media violence and aggression in young adults, aiming to understand the influential role of media content on behavioral responses. The study uses a quantitative approach, making use of the content-based media exposure scale to assess the level of media exposure and the Bus-Perry aggression questionnaire to assess aggression in 160 young adults. So several studies have explored the link between media violence exposure and its impact on individuals, particularly young adults. Anderson and Bushman, for instance, in 2018, their work Media Violence and the General Aggression Model highlighted the concerning influence of violent content across various screen-based media, like TV, movies, video games, through the lens of the General Aggression Model. Their findings suggest a range of negative consequences, including increased aggression and desensitization to violence, decreased empathy and academic performance, formation of negative stereotypes, increased interest in firearms among children, and the emergence, the negative stereotypes and an increased interest in firearms among children was a concerning outcome. However, some studies haven't found a direct causal link. For instance, a study investigating the impact of crime serials on young adults employed a pre-test, post-test design and measured aggression, emotions, and attitudes. While changes in emotional responses were observed, there were no significant differences in pre- and post-exposure aggression levels. This highlights the need for further research to understand the complexities of this relationship. The landscape of media consumption is constantly evolving. Another study explored the role of social media in violence exposure among adolescents. This mixed method study in India found that excessive social media use negatively disrupts adolescent lifestyles, potentially impacting sleep patterns, studies, outdoor activities, and socialization. Additionally, the research examined the nature of violence reporting on social media and its prevalence across different age groups. These contrasting findings underscore the importance of continued investigation into the multifaceted relationship between media violence exposure and aggressive behavior in young adults across various media platforms. So this study aimed to investigate the potential influence of media violence exposure on aggression levels in young adults. The variables that I used were, like the independent variable was exposure to violent media, which was measured by content-based media exposure scale. This variable assessed the amount and frequency of participants' engagement with media content depicting aggression and violence. And the dependent variable was the aggression levels, which was measured by the Bus-Perry aggression questionnaire. This variable captured the degree and intensity of aggressive behavior or tendencies exhibited by young adults. So the hypothesis was that a significant positive correlation between exposure to media violence and aggression in young adults would be seen. In other words, it was expected that higher levels of media violence exposure was to be associated with increased aggression. This study employed a quantitative research design. This approach relies on numerical data collection, statistical analysis to interpret results, and investigation of relationship between variables. The study included a sample of 160 young adults aged 18 to 26 years old residing in India. The participants were required to be physically and mentally fit, fluent in English, and able to comprehend the questionnaires. So the inclusion criteria was 18 to 26 years old, the nationality had to be Indian, and their physical and mental fitness was to be perfectly fine, and they had to have the ability to read and understand English. The tools that I used were the Bus-Perry aggression questionnaire. This is a 29-item questionnaire developed by Bus and Perry, which assessed the participants' level of physical aggression, verbal aggression, anger, and hostility. The second tool was the content-based media exposure scale. This scale evaluated participants' exposure to violent media content across various media formats, considering both frequency and duration of exposure. So the results of my research are as follows. The Pearson correlation coefficient was found to be 0.502. The results of the Pearson correlation analysis revealed a statistically significant positive correlation between media violence exposure and aggression levels among young adults. This indicates that as exposure to media violence increases, levels of aggression also tend to increase among the participants. The Pearson correlation coefficient suggests a moderate to strong positive relationship between the two variables. Therefore, the hypothesis predicting a significant positive correlation between media violence exposure and aggression in young adults was supported by the data. These findings indicate that individuals who reported higher exposure to media violence were more likely to exhibit higher levels of aggressive behavior. So the interpretation of the results suggests that young adults who reported higher exposure to media violence also exhibited higher levels of aggressive behavior. This aligns with previous research indicating that media violence consumption can contribute to increased aggression among individuals. The positive correlation observed in the study highlights the potential impact of media content on shaping behavior and attitudes, particularly among young adults who are frequent consumers of media. The future research directions should aim to address these limitations by employing longitudinal designs and incorporating objective measures of media exposure and aggression. Furthermore, studies should explore potential moderating variables that may influence the relationship between media violence exposure and aggressive behavior, such as individual differences in media literacy, cognitive processing, and social context. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sarnipat. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. But if any of the participants have any queries, you can use chat box or raise your hand for feedback, if any. Okay, then we'll move on to our next presenter, Gauri Saria. Raise your hand. Yeah, Gauri, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation with your brief introduction.
Sure.
Next presenters would be Mrs. Aisha Parveen, Navya Tripathi, Syed Safura, Sanjana Kukreza, as per the order. Kindly be ready, and others kindly share your details in the chat box. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I'm Gauri Saharia, a student of Amity University, Noida, pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Applied Psychology. I will be presenting my research paper on social media usage and FSD among young adults. I'll be talking about each of these topics to gain a deeper understanding of the relationship between social media usage and self-esteem among young adults. In an era where social media platforms have become integral parts of our daily lives, it's imperative to scrutinize their impact on our psychological well-being, particularly among young adults. Are these platforms uplifting or undermining our self-esteem? How do they shape our perceptions of ourselves and others? These are the questions that drive our exploration today. Social media refers to online platforms and applications that enable users to create, share, and interact with content as well as connect with others. These platforms include popular sites like Instagram, Twitter, and Snapchat, among others. Self-esteem is a psychological concept related to individuals' overall sense of self-worth and value. Understanding the relationship between social media usage and self-esteem is crucial due to the significant impact that social media platforms can have on an individual's perceptions of themselves. Social media platforms exert a profound According to a study conducted by Raymar in 2015, the curated nature of content on social media characterized by selective self-presentation and idealized portrayals can distort individuals' perception of reality, leading to unrealistic expectations and comparisons. Hence, the objective of this study is to investigate the correlation between social media usage and self-esteem. In the initial review of literature encompassing 30 studies, these three key works have been illuminated the intricate relationship between social media usage and self-esteem, while also identifying the research gap I aim to address. This study aims to expand upon this foundation, providing a deeper understanding of this critical relationship, since despite the growing prevalence of social media use among Indian youth, there is a lack of studies that specifically examine how this usage influences their self-esteem. So the primary aim was to delve into the relationship between social media usage, self-esteem among both male and female young adults. By conducting a comprehensive analysis, we aim to uncover any correlations or patterns that might have existed between these variables. Two hypotheses were formulated to guide this study. The first one was there would be a significant relationship between social media usage and self-esteem among male young adults. This suggested that the extent of social media usage would have had an impact on the self-esteem levels of male individuals within our sample. And similarly, in the second one, we hypothesized that there would be a significant relationship between social media usage and self-esteem among female young adults. This hypothesis posited that the relationship between social media usage and self-esteem was not limited by gender, and female individuals would have also experienced an impact on their self-esteem based on their social media habits. These hypotheses served as the foundation for our investigation, guiding the efforts to understand the intricate dynamics between social media usage and self-esteem among young adults of both genders. The data collection process commenced with the sampling wherein participants were selected for the research study. The research design utilized in this study is quantitative. A sample of 100 young adults were taken in the age range of 18 to 25 years old. They were further divided into two groups, 50 males and 50 females. The procedure began with obtaining informed consents from all respondents. They were required to provide explicit consent before proceeding with the survey. Then the participants were directed to complete the surveys, which included the Rosenberg Self-Esteem Scale and the Bergen Social Media Addiction Scale, to understand their social media usage and self-esteem levels. Finally, the data underwent through an analysis to examine the relationship between social media usage and self-esteem levels. These findings indicate that there is a notable negative relationship between social media usage and self-esteem among both male and female young adults. A correlation coefficient of -0.574 for male young adults and -0.409 for female young adults suggests a moderate to strong negative correlation between these variables. In practical terms, this means that as social media usage increases, self-esteem tends to decrease, and conversely, as social media usage decreases, self-esteem tends to increase. This negative correlation suggests that individuals who spend more time on social media platforms may experience lower levels of self-esteem compared to those who spend less time on social media. Both the hypotheses were accepted as significant relationships were found between social media usage and self-esteem among both male and female young adults. And lastly, in conclusion, my research reveals a significant negative correlation between social media usage and self-esteem among both male and female young adults. The implications of this study suggest the need for promoting mindful social media usage to mitigate its negative impact on the self-esteem of young adults. Furthermore, the study highlights the need for additional research with bigger, more varied samples and longitudinal design to better understand the dynamic relationships between social media usage and self-esteem, despite the constraints such as resilience on self-reported measures and a limited sample size. The results point to the need for mental health interventions and educational initiatives that address the possible effects of social media on self-esteem in order to support young adults' positive perceptions and good digital habits. Thank you.
Congratulations, Gauri. Wishing you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
And participants, if you have any queries, suggestions, feedback, feel free to share. You can use chat box or raise your hand, if any. Then we will move on to our next speaker, Mishi Seth. And now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation now.
Yes, so just a second. So is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mishti Seth, and I'll be presenting my research
You
paper.
need to switch on your video, ma'am.
Oh, 1 second, sir.
Yeah, now it's fine. Please continue.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mishti Seth, and I'll be presenting my research paper on the topic maladaptive daydreaming as a coping mechanism to escape loneliness. Welcome. Today, we delve into the captivating realm of daydreaming. Here is the agenda for today. Daydreaming is defined as conscious fantasies where one envisions possibilities. It is a natural part of our mental landscape, occupying a significant portion of our waking hours. These imaginative musings, whether intentional or unintentional, serve as a gateway to explore the depths of our minds. However, not all daydreaming is benign. My first variable, maladaptive daydreaming, transcends normal mental wandering, manifesting as excessive vivid fantasies that can interfere with daily life. My second variable, loneliness, arises from various factors including situational changes, mental illness, and personality traits. It is an unpleasantness that results from being alone or feeling isolated in any other way. Loneliness has a significant negative influence on mental health because it stems from our basic desire for social interaction. Maladaptive daydreaming has gained attention recently as a coping technique for unmet demands such as social isolation. To escape the difficulties of reality, this extreme kind of fantasizing entails building vibrant interior worlds. By focusing on important goals, this study aims to add to the expanding corpus of information on maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness. Our goal is to measure and assess the frequency and role of maladaptive daydreaming in lonely people through empirical research. The literature that was reviewed showed that loneliness and other unfavorable traits are the root causes of daydreaming. A study by Yusuf et al. In 2015 also found loneliness to be a significant and positive predictor of daydreaming. The rationale for this study is that it enhances our understanding about the interaction between maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness. It also addresses the gaps in literature regarding the relation between maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness. And lastly, it quantifies the frequency of maladaptive daydreaming in lonely individuals and provides valuable data for understanding its prevalence and impact within the specific population. The aim of the study was to explore the correlation between maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness, as well as investigating its role as a coping mechanism for escaping loneliness. The study had the following objectives and hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, there will be a significant positive correlation between maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness among individuals in the Indian population. Hypothesis 2, it is hypothesized that maladaptive daydreaming serves as a significant coping mechanism for escaping loneliness among individuals in the Indian population. The variables of the study are maladaptive daydreaming as the dependent variable and loneliness as the independent variable. For the inclusion criteria, participants aged between 18 to 30 years of Indian nationality and fluent in English were chosen. For the exclusion criteria, we didn't include individuals below 18 or above 30 years of age, those who are not Indian nationals, and participants who are not fluent in English. Excluding these groups helps us maintain the consistency and reliability of our data. For the research design, the UCLA loneliness scale given by Russell et al. In 1978 and maladaptive daydreaming scale given by Sommer et al. In 2016 were used to assess the variables. This study employs a quantitative research design, utilizing numerical systems to quantify variables and statistical models to interpret relationships. It utilizes correlational research to observe relationships between variables without researcher intervention and regression analysis to predict variations in outcomes. The study's aim was to explore the correlation between maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness, as well as investigate maladaptive daydreaming's role as a coping mechanism to escape loneliness. These variables were selected due to limited exploration, especially in the Indian context, necessitating an understanding of cultural coping mechanisms. The study utilizes quantitative methods employing correlation and regression analysis. The data acquired validates and accepts both the hypothesis of the paper. A significant positive correlation was found between maladaptive daydreaming and loneliness, supporting hypothesis 1, and the regression analysis revealed loneliness as a significant predictor of maladaptive daydreaming, proving hypothesis 2. The regression model also accounted for 11.8% of positive variance in maladaptive daydreaming scores, validating its role as a coping mechanism to escape loneliness. To conclude, the implications of the study underscore the importance of clinical awareness and treatment planning, urging clinicians to acknowledge limitations and pursue longitudinal research for accurate diagnosis and treatment of maladaptive daydreaming. Additionally, intervention programs need to be culturally tailored, drawing insights from cross-cultural studies to effectively address these issues. It is also noted that the study's small sample size represents another limitation, potentially impacting the generalizability of the findings. Thank you.
Very well presented, Mr. Seth. Congratulations. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Participants, if you have any queries, feedback, suggestions, kindly use chat box or raise your hand. You'll continue to share your feedback through chat box. Then we'll move on to our next presenter. Aisha Parveen. Yeah, now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Yes, sir.
Other presenters, kindly share your details and topic. And you can inform your colleagues who are yet to be presented to join and share their details.
So can you see my screen?
Yes, Ma, you can introduce yourself and start. Thank you.
Just a second, sir.
You need to switch on your video.
Am I visible? It's on.
Yes, Ma, please continue.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Aisha Parveen, and I'm a student of Amity University, Noida. It is an esteemed pleasure to present an analysis of my research findings entitled An Exploration of Attachment Styles and Subjective Well-Being in Interpersonal Romantic Relationships. To initiate the presentation, let's delve into the abstract of the research paper. This research investigates the impact of attachment styles and subjective well-being within romantic relationships, focusing on secure, anxious, and avoidant attachment styles. Drawing on attachment theory, it explores how these styles influence happiness in relationships and overall well-being. The study contributes to understanding the interplay between attachment styles and subjective well-being, offering perspectives for enhancing relationship dynamics and psychological interventions. In this presentation, I will be covering the introduction, literature review, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. Let's redirect our attention to the central question that forms the core of our investigation. Have you ever wondered how your attachment style influences the way you navigate relationships? As we explore the intricate dynamics of the attachment style, we uncover how these early bonds lay the foundations for our interpersonal connections throughout life. Understanding the attachment theory allows us to delve into the complexities of human relationships, shedding light on how our attachment styles, be it secure, anxious, or avoidant, affect the way we perceive, interact, and engage with others. Now, let's shift our focus into the realm of subjective well-being. It is not only a measure of happiness and satisfaction, but also a reflection of our mind and emotional well-being. It encompasses cognitive assessments, the frequency of negative emotions, and the prevalence of positive emotions. Now that we've talked about the attachment styles and subjective well-being, let me turn our attention to research shedding light on these concepts. Gleason and Fitzgerald in 2014 studied 227 university students to explore the link between childhood perceptions of parents, adult attachment styles in romantic relationships, and relationship satisfaction. They found that
Individuals with secure attachment styles reported higher relationship satisfaction, and gender did not significantly affect their attachment style. Next up, I would like to talk about the methodology. The aim of my research was to assess the relationship between attachment styles and subjective well-being in romantic relationships. There were two objectives. First was to examine the prevalence of attachment styles, and second was to assess the relationship between attachment styles and subjective well-being. The hypotheses were as follows. The first hypothesis predicts that individuals with secure attachment style will demonstrate higher levels of subjective well-being in their interpersonal relationship than those with insecure attachment styles. The second hypothesis anticipates that individuals with anxious attachment style will display lower levels of subjective well-being compared to those with secure attachment styles. And lastly, the third hypothesis suggests that individuals with avoidant attachment styles will exhibit lower levels of subjective well-being in their interpersonal relationships when compared to those with secure attachment styles. In the study, the inclusion criteria comprised of adults aged between 20 to 40 who are currently engaged in a romantic relationship, and conversely, individuals outside this age range and those not currently in a romantic relationship were excluded. The sample consisted of 160 adults, including 50 males and 110 females, all falling within the age range of 20 to 40. The research focused on two main variables, attachment styles as the independent variable and subjective well-being as the dependent variable. To measure attachment styles, the adult attachment style scale was employed, and for subjective well-being, the satisfaction with life scale was used. The research design was qualitative, and a correlational analysis was utilized, specifically Pearson's correlation coefficient, to investigate the relationship between attachment styles and subjective well-being in the sample of 160 participants. This is the result table. It indicates that satisfaction with life scale and secure attachment style exhibited a strong positive correlation, indicating that individuals with secure attachment styles reported a higher subjective well-being. The satisfaction with life scale and anxious attachment style displayed a negative correlation, which indicates that individuals with higher levels of anxious attachment reported a lower subjective well-being. And satisfaction with life scale and avoidant attachment style also showed a negative correlation, suggesting that individuals with higher levels of avoidant attachment style reported lower subjective well-being. Hence, all three hypotheses were accepted, indicating that attachment style significantly impacts the subjective well-being in interpersonal relationships among individuals with secure attachment style being associated with higher levels of subjective well-being compared to avoidant and anxious attachment styles. And to conclude, the study extensively examined attachment styles and their implications for subjective well-being within romantic relationships. Through the exploration of various attachment styles and their correlation with well-being, higher levels of subjective well-being were hypothesized and confirmed among individuals with secure attachment style. Conducted with 160 adults aged 20 to 40 in romantic relationships. The findings underscore the significant correlations between attachment style, subjective well-being, and highlighting the crucial role of attachment patterns in relation dynamics and overall well-being. Thank you.
Congratulations, Aisha Praveen. Very well presented. Wish you all the success. Any feedback and suggestions you can share in chat box. All the presenters are requested to send their PPTs along with your photograph to the organizers. We will be sharing the format in a day or two after all the presentations have been done. We will review and share the feedback also from the subject experts and from the organizers panel. So as we are running short of time, we are not sharing it right now on the platform, but we will provide you the necessary suggestions. So next presenter Navya Tripathi. And other presenters, kindly share your details, indicating your presence, so that we can invite you along with your details. Yeah, Navya, you can now unmute yourself, start your audio and video and presentation.
Yes, sir. Am I visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes. So good evening. My name is Navya Tripathi. I'm a BA Honors Applied Psychology student, and I'll be presenting my paper on attachment styles and social cognition, specifically examining the relationship between romantic experiences and dispositional empathy. Attachment theory, pioneered by John Bowlby and further developed by Mary Ainsworth, has long been a cornerstone in understanding human relationships. This theory posits that early attachment experiences with primary caregivers significantly shape an individual's interpersonal behaviors and emotional regulation throughout their lifespan. While traditionally applied to parent-child dynamics, recent research has extended its scope to adult romantic relationships. Concurrently, empathy, defined as the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is a fundamental component of social cognition essential for successful interpersonal interactions. Dispositional empathy, in particular, refers to an individual's tendency to experience empathy consistently across various situations and relationships. The rationale behind these proposed research lies in the intriguing possibility of a link between one's attachment style in romantic relationships and their dispositional empathy. While past studies have separately examined the attachment styles and empathy, there is a paucity of research investigating their interconnectedness within the context of romantic relationships. Understanding how attachment experiences influence dispositional empathy in romantic contexts holds significant implications for both theoretical and practical domains. Firstly, it contributes to a deeper comprehension of the mechanisms underlying social cognition, shedding light on how early attachment patterns manifest in adult romantic relationships and influence empathetic responses. Secondly, it offers valuable insights for clinical practitioners and therapists, informing therapeutic interventions aimed at enhancing empathy and fostering healthier romantic attachments. Before delving into the examination of the relationship between these, it is essential to review pertinent literature. We'll draw insights from 3 seminal studies exploring the interplay of attachment styles, emotional regulation, and empathy among adults. Henschel, Nandrino, and Doba investigated the influence of attachment styles on emotion regulation and empathy among adults. Their findings reveal that individuals with anxious attachment styles tend to experience higher levels of distress and fantasy, alongside greater difficulties in emotional regulation. Importantly, the study highlighted the mediating role of emotion in the relationship between attachment styles and empathy, with variations observed across different attachment styles and dimensions. These results underscored the significance of considering attachment profiles and emotional regulation competencies in the development of empathy among adults. Greatermeyer and Schroer explored the association between attachment security and empathy, employing attachment theory as a theoretical framework. Their research demonstrated that attachment security predicts cognitive empathy through specific regulation strategies such as reappraisal, suppression, and rumination. Moreover, they found that individuals with enhanced attachment security exhibited lower levels of emotional suppression, rumination, and negative affectivity, which did not necessarily lead to heightened empathetic responding. This study sheds light on the nuanced pathways through which attachment security influences cognitive empathy and emotional regulation. Kazir-Mazak delved into the link between attachment security and perceived empathy within couples during the transition to parenthood. Their findings indicated that secure parents, characterized by low levels of anxious, ambivalent, and avoidant attachment styles, demonstrated greater expression and perception of empathy in their relationships, contributing to better adjustment to parenthood. Notably, the study identified a significant role for perceived empathy as a mediator between attachment styles and adjustment to parenthood, particularly highlighting the mediation effect of men's self-assessed and perceived empathy. This research underscores the importance of empathetic dynamics within romantic relationships during major life transitions. My study encompassed a diverse sample of 100 young adults aged 18 to 25, representing various socio-cultural backgrounds and relationship statuses. The hypothesis stated a positive, significant relationship between fantasy, empathic concern, perspective taking, personal distress, and one's attachment style. The assessment of participants' dispositional empathy and romantic attachment styles was conducted utilizing validated instruments, the interpersonal reactivity index, and the original attachment 3 category measure. Perspective taking assesses the propensity to spontaneously adopt the psychological point of view of others, while fantasy taps into respondents' tendencies to imaginatively transpose themselves into the feelings and actions of fictitious characters. Furthermore, empathic concern evaluates other-oriented feelings of sympathy and concern for unfortunate others, whereas personal distress measures self-oriented feelings of personal anxiety and unease in tense interpersonal settings. In parallel, participants' attachment styles were evaluated through the original attachment 3 category measure designed by Hazan and Sheva in 1987. This measure comprises a 3-item questionnaire aimed at delineating one's attachment style. The attachment styles identified as avoidant, anxious, ambivalent, and secure. Avoidant individuals typically exhibit fear of intimacy, emotional volatility within relationships, and heightened jealousy. On the other hand, those with an anxious, ambivalent attachment style tend to perceive love obsessively, seeking constant reciprocation and validation, alongside emotional fluctuations, jealousy, and strong sexual attraction. In contrast, individuals characterized by a secure attachment style depict their romantic relationships as friendly, trusting, and fulfilling, demonstrating acceptance of their partners regardless of faults and often enjoying long-lasting and satisfying relationships. Upon completion, responses were analyzed using the SPSS software. Attachment styles were determined based on participant selections, while the IRI subscales were derived from designated item scores. Pearson's correlation analysis was employed to examine this relationship. This statistical method allowed for the exploration of linear associations between variables, providing insights into the strength and direction of relationships between attachment styles and each dimension of dispositional empathy. The results, as shown in the tables, revealed no significant correlation between attachment styles and dimensions of dispositional empathy, including fantasy, empathetic concern, perspective taking, and personal distress. These findings contradict previous research and our hypothesis, suggesting that attachment styles may influence individuals' empathic responses within romantic relationships. The non-significant correlation observed across all dimensions of dispositional empathy suggests that other factors beyond attachment styles may play a more dominant role in shaping individuals' empathetic tendencies. One possible explanation for these findings could be the complexity of human attachment and empathy, which may be influenced by a multitude of factors beyond romantic attachment styles alone. Additionally, the sample size and the characteristics of the participants may have influenced the results, highlighting the need for further research with larger and more diverse samples to validate these findings. Through shedding light on the complex relationships that exist through these concepts, further studies may be able to investigate other factors that impact sympathetic reactions in romantic relationships, as well as the underlying processes. In the end, a thorough grasp of the ways in which attachment experiences and sympathetic inclinations interact may guide the development of therapies specifically designed to support young people's social functioning and foster positive relationship dynamics. Thank you for your time and attention.
Congratulations. Navya Tripathi, very well presented. Wish you all the success. Any queries, suggestions, clarifications, you can use chat box to share. Next, Syed Safura. Kindly raise your hand. Yeah, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Syed Safura, we can only hear some sounds. We can't hear you, neither see you.
Am I visible?
Yes, ma'am. You can share your PPT also, if you have one.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue. You are visible.
I am Said Safura Andrabi, research scholar from the Department of Environmental Science, University of Kashmir. I am today going to present the poster presentation on the topic Metal Marvels, Unveiling Molecular and Proteomic Secrets from Agricultural Soil Bacteria. This is the part of my research. Coming to the abstract. As you all know, heavy metals, they are the silent killers of mankind and the cause of environmental pollution. Pollution due to heavy metals is a problem that have the negative consequences in the soil. The ability of some microorganisms to resist heavy metals makes them useful in bioremediation. This is one of the eco-friendly procedures in removing the toxic metals from the environment, that is the use of metal-resistant bacteria. One of the toxic metals present in the soil is cadmium, which is recognized as one of the most toxic heavy metal, and chronic cadmium exposure, it threatens plants, animals, as well as the human health. Because certain bacteria they can play an important role in remedying heavy metal pollution, it is essential to further our understanding and clone the cadmium absorption and resistant genes from the microorganisms. In our study for the MIC determination, which is the minimum inhibitory concentration, plate dilution and microdilution methods, they were employed, and the results showed that the isolate Si11, it showed the highest MIC of 600 ppm, and it was taken for the further molecular and proteomic characterization. So the present study, it suggests that the isolate, it possesses the highest metal resistant ability against the cadmium and can be used for remediating the cadmium polluted soils. Now coming to the introduction, in agricultural environments, the presence of toxic metals, it poses a significant challenge to the soil health and as well as to the soil and the crop productivity. The accumulation of heavy metals such as cadmium, mercury, and arsenic in the soil, it can result from the various sources, for example, anthropogenic activities, which include the industrial processes, mining, and the use of agrochemicals and the fertilizers. These metals, they not only disrupt the soil ecosystem, but also pose the risks to the human health through the food contamination. In order to mitigate the adverse effects of the toxic metals on agricultural systems, understanding the mechanisms of metal tolerance in soil bacteria is crucial. Bacteria play vital roles in soil remediation by detoxifying the heavy metals through the various molecular and proteomic mechanisms. By characterizing the molecular and the proteomic profiles of the metal-tolerant bacteria, which were isolated from the agricultural soil, we can gain the valuable insights into their adaptive strategies and potential applications in remediation and sustainable agriculture. In this study, we present the results of our investigation into the cadmium metal-tolerant bacteria, which were isolated from the agricultural soil, which was the saffron soil, focusing on their molecular and proteomic characterization. Now, coming to the methodology, we cultured the bacterial isolates, which were isolated from the soil. They were cultured on the nutrient agar plates, which is the media supplement for the culturing of the bacteria. Then the primary screening was done. In this, that is the plate dilution method was done. In this process, what we did, we cultured the bacteria in the absence and in the presence of the heavy metals. The plate which didn't had any metal concentration, it served as a control, and the plate which had the supplementation of cadmium metal, it served as the it was checked the activity of the bacteria. So then after that, the sensitive strains that were not able to grow on the plates, they were subjected, they were discarded or excluded, and the isolates which grew on the plates containing the metal supplement, they were further taken for the study. So they were taken for the secondary screening, for which the microplate dilution was used. In that, we used the broth along with the metal supplementation. Positive and negative controls were used, and after that we got the highly resistant heavy metal tolerance strains, which was the SI11. For that isolate, we did the molecular characterization. That is, we did the DNA extraction from that bacteria. And then we did the PCR amplification using the PCR primers, which were 27F and 1429R. And then the samples, they were sent to the genome for the sequencing purpose for the species identification, and the results are still awaited. Now, for the proteomic characterization, what we did, the highly heavy metal resistant strain, it was cultured in the LB broth and LB broth, Luria bertini broth, which was supplemented with the heavy metal cadmium. After that, the protein extraction was done from that extract, and the proteins which were got from that, they were subject to the STS page analysis, which differentiates or categorizes the proteins, separates the proteins on the basis of the molecular weight. Now, coming to the results, this is the image of the bacterial isolate which was growing on the nutrient agar plate. And this is the representative image of the bacterial isolates which were grown on the nutrient agar supplemented with the heavy metal. You can easily see that there are some portions of the plate where no growth of the bacteria can be seen, and they are regarded as sensitive strains. And here where the growth of the bacteria occurs, they are the resistant strains. So this is so now coming to this image, it represents the DNA which we got from the bacteria. So these bands which you can see, light white colored bands, these are the DNA of the bacteria. And then the PCR amplification of the bacterial isolate, it's here, and this is the respective ladder of the PCR product, and we can easily see that the PCR of the Si11 isolate, it has the size of the 1500 base pairs. Now, this is the result of the image when we subject the proteins which were isolated from the isolate in the presence and absence of the cadmium. So this is the representative image of the SDS gel. So here we can easily see there we employed the two methods for the protein isolation. This is the representative ladder of the proteins. Its highest range is 250 kilodalton, and 16 is the lowest range of the molecular weight of the proteins. And here we can see in the after the ladder it is written control cadmium. That means these are the proteins which were isolated from the bacteria in the absence of cadmium. That is, no stress was given to them, and these were the proteins that were expressed. And then when we come to the lane 2, it represents the proteins which were expressed in the presence of 100 ppm of cadmium. And likewise, the lane 3 and lane 4 represent the images of the control cadmium and 100 ppm cadmium. So lane 1 and lane 2, in that when we hadn't done the acetone precipitation for the precipitation of the proteins, but in lane 3 and lane 4 acetone precipitation was employed, and we got the good results of the proteins expressed. So we can see that in the presence and absence of the citrus, different types of proteins are expressed. For example, if we take the lane 3 control cadmium lane, the protein which is expressed has the molecular weight of around 45 kilodalton, which is totally absent in the lane of 100 ppm cadmium. Likewise, slightly in between 29 and 16 kilodalton range, the protein is expressed in presence of the citrus, but it is not present is expressed in the absence of citrus. So we can say that these proteins, they may be giving some adaptation strategy for the bacteria in order to survive in the metal contaminated soil. So these bands, they were then excised, and they were sent to the Rajiv Gandhi Center, Kerala, for the further identification of the proteins. That means which proteins have been expressed or not, and the results are still awaited. And now coming to the conclusion, the study identified a bacterial isolate which exhibits the highest MIC for cadmium. The findings suggest that this bacterial isolate, it could be employed for the remediation of cadmium contaminated soils. Further research is required to identify the genes and proteins responsible for the resistance mechanism. Acknowledgement. I would like to thank Head Department of Environmental Science Microbiology Research Laboratory, QUAD, and MAB Lab, Department of Nanotechnology, University of Kashmir, for providing all the necessary facilities required to accomplish the work. Lastly, I would like to thank the coordinator and moderator of the international conference, Dr. Ravindra, who provided all the necessary who provide us the platform to present our work. Thank you.
Congratulations, Syed Safura Bravi, for your wonderful research. And we wish you all the success, and soon you'll be awarded with your PhD.
Thank you, sir.
So participants, if you have any queries, feel free to ask, share in chat box. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Congratulations, ma'am, once again.
Thank you, sir.
Sanjana Kukreja. And now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Hello, sir. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much. So first of all, my name is Sanjana Kukreja, and I am a final year bachelor's student pursuing my bachelor's in applied psychology. And today my paper is going to be on the topic of parental encouragement and career decision self-efficacy, empowering young adults in career decision making. So, as stated by Anne Rowe, who is an American clinical psychologist and occupational researcher, for all the men I had studied as individuals, the artists and the scientists, work was much more than a means of making a living. And if this is true, it is necessary to go into the depths and understand what is the meaning of work for an individual. So, all of us have always known the term work to mean something like a job or an occupation. But much earlier, work was associated with merely getting something done or a means to an end. Recently, the term career has been expanded and it has been researched upon to understand what it holds meaning for each and every individual. Each person has their own set of abilities and skills and aptitudes, and it's necessary for each individual to be experienced with that and also to be able to accomplish a particular career or occupation. So the particular sample that I have selected for my study are people from the age of 18 to 25, also called young adults. And it is during this time of the developmental stage when people are exploring themselves, their identities, their interests, their aptitudes, their strengths, and limitations. So during this stage, it's incredibly vital for people to be able to understand themselves better, understand their passion and the available opportunities for themselves, especially in the domain of vocational selection. So one of the greatest and the most vital factor that influences an individual's ability to select a particular career is parental encouragement. We all know the kind of influence that our parents have on our livelihood and on our upbringing, which is heavily dependent upon the kind of environment that we are brought up in. Again, according to Anne Rowe, who was the American psychologist, she specified a particular theory and stated that there are different types of environments in which an individual is brought up, and she divided these into two categories: person-oriented professions and non-person-oriented professions. So when we talk about person-oriented professions, it's where an individual selects a career that is more people-oriented, in which they get to interact and involve themselves around individuals. And individuals who are brought up in an environment which is safe, secure, interactive, and protective are more select careers that are more people-oriented, and vice versa with the non-people-oriented careers. So in my study, I picked two scales, which is the career-related parental encouragement scale, which is used to assess the career-related behaviors that an individual exhibits, as well as the career-related parental encouragement scale. So the studies of my scale, I had conducted a correlation analysis, and it was found to be 0.47, indicating a positive and significant correlation between these two variables. Furthermore, the subscales of the parental-related decision-making scale were also looked at, and the specific subscale of decision-making was found to be especially correlated with a 0.5 correlation value with the self-efficacy scale. A t-test was also conducted to analyze if there is a difference between the males and females in the relation of selecting careers and parental encouragement in that aspect. However, it was found that there was no specific difference exhibited by the two. There could also be a reason for this, that the population that was selected was an upper middle class population, and the sample size was about of 200 people. So on a further analysis, if we conduct and observe this more, there could be a significant difference in males and females in relation to their career aspirations and how much they're supported by their parents. Moving further in this study, it is incredibly vital to understand how parents encourage their children and how decisions can be created with the help of a parent's aid, especially in the South Indian and South Asian context, where parental encouragement and parents play a highly vital role in a child selection. An individual does not select their own career without the aid of their parents in the South Asian context. So it can be incredibly important to look at this phenomena as well, and also understand in further studies how exactly it is that a parent's environment, how a child's attachment styles, as well as parenting styles specifically, can influence an individual in their career selection. So this was all for my study, and thank you all so much for giving the time.
Congratulations, Sanjana. Wishing you all the success. Very well presented. You don't have any PPT, ma?
So I haven't created a PPT. I prefer the oral presentation.
Okay. Participants, if you have any queries, suggestions, you can use chat box to share. And now we will move on to next presentation. Suchita Nagpal. Suchita Nagpal, are you there? You can raise your hand. Suchita Nagpal. Suchita Nagpal, you can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation, ma.
Hi, I'm sorry for the mix-up. My net was broke off. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Do
you have PPT, ma?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma. Please continue.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Suchita Nagpal, currently a final year student of applied psychology. And today the focus of my research is understanding the intercorrelation between perfectionism, procrastination, and subsequent coping styles. So, perfectionism can be defined. Perfectionism is defined as establishing high personal performance standards and being overly critical of oneself. In the early studies by Flett on perfectionism, most researchers saw it as a personality characteristic with low self-worth, characterized by striving for perfection and setting excessive performance objectives, as well as propensity to criticize behavior excessively severely. The phrase, either you're perfect or you're not, highlights the dualistic aspect of perfectionism. Hammock identified two forms of perfectionism, normal and neurotic, signifying it as a multidimensional phenomenon having both adaptive and maladaptive features. Among other characteristics, it has been linked to task delay and procrastination. According to Lay, procrastination is the unreasonable behavior of delaying or postponing activities. This behavior is common in general population. However, it is considered maladaptive as it is linked to poor self-esteem and discomfort. Procrastination is highly common. According to a study by Potts in 2004, over 75% of people consider themselves as procrastinators, with nearly 50% engaging in continuous and passive procrastinations. Students report procrastinating taking up more than 1/3 of their daily activities.
commonly through napping, playing, or watching TV. It is often seen negatively, and over 95% of student procrastinators in the study want to eliminate it. Now, due to this dynamic of perfectionist trait leading to procrastination behaviors, generating undesirable feelings, different coping styles are used to manage them. Coping, according to the psychoanalytic ego psychology paradigm, involves thinking and acting realistically and adaptively to minimize stress and solve difficulties. Lazarus and Folkman defined 3 types of coping styles, including problem-focused, that entails developing possibilities, analyzing advantages and drawbacks, and thus adopting activities to address the issue. Emotion-focused coping aims to control the emotional suffering connected with the event. And finally, avoidance-focused, which is defined as cognitive and behavioral efforts oriented towards denying, minimizing, or otherwise avoiding dealing directly with the stressful demands. Moving on to the rationale, the interlinkage of how perfectionism traits in an individual, specifically students, leading to the act of procrastination is to be explored. Additionally, to mitigate the feelings attached with this process, understanding which coping style is common and application-wise realistic in day-to-day lives of the individual can contribute to higher achievements in students. In a study done by Malik in 2022, explored how traits like impulsiveness and fear of failure, along with self-regulation abilities and coping mechanisms, relate to procrastination in academic activities with a sample of 400 students. Results showed that 70% of the participants were highly prone to procrastinate academically. The analysis indicated a direct positive link between impulsiveness, fear of failure, and academic procrastination. Conversely, it was found that self-regulation negatively correlates with procrastination, suggesting it plays a protective role, also noting that while approaching coping strategies reduce procrastination, avoidance coping strategies tends to increase it. Another study in 2022 by Hong, among others, aimed to examine the effects of maladaptive perfectionism, resilience, and coping styles on academic procrastination among undergraduate nursing students. Conducted as a cross-sectional analysis on 665 nursing students, the findings indicated that maladaptive perfectionism and resilience among nursing students were significant factors influencing their academic procrastination. It was also discovered that the impact of these variables on procrastination was significantly moderated by positive coping strategies. And lastly, a research by Atulya in 2018 explored the dynamics between these 3 same variables and their effects on distress and self-esteem among college students involving 192 participants. Findings indicated a low level of distress and moderate level of self-esteem among the participants, with procrastination being moderately prevalent. It was observed that female students reported higher parental expectations and greater tendency towards using avoidant-focused coping styles. There was a negative correlation between procrastination and adaptive forms of perfectionism, such as personal standards and organizational skills. Moving on, the objective of this study is to understand the intercorrelation between perfectionism, procrastination, and the subsequent coping styles used, as well as potential gender differences in university students. The study was carried out employing self-administered surveys using convenient sampling with a total of 175 students ranging in age from 19 to 28 years. The mean age of the sample was 22.68 with 50.6% females and 49.4% males. More than half were undergraduate students and the rest include current postgraduate students from universities. A battery of observational psychometric measures was selected and modified based on prior research in this field to suit our particular requirements. There were 3 variables included in this study. Every individual received a psychometric evaluation using a hard copy and an online copy through Google Forms. The tool used in my study, firstly, Frost Multidimensional Perfectionism Scale, scaled by Frost in 1990, serves to evaluate 5 aspects of perfectionism: personal standards, worry about mistakes, expectations from parents, questioning of one's actions, and organizational skill. Second, General Procrastination Scale by Lyoda in 2016. It includes 23 questions that evaluate procrastinations across 4 areas: academic, workplace, medical, and civic duties. And lastly, Brief Cope Inventory. It is a shortened version of the original Cope Inventory created by Karvar in 1989, comprising of 14 items, each pair assessing distinct coping mechanism. The 3 coping mechanisms that we measured were problem-focused coping, emotional coping, and avoidant emotional coping. The data analysis was carried out using the statistical software package for social sciences. The relationship between perfectionism, procrastination, and the three coping styles employed were examined through Pearson product moment correlation analysis. Additionally, the investigation of differences between genders was conducted using the independent sample t-test method. The findings finally revealed in the Pearson correlation analysis that procrastination individually with each of the three coping styles was significantly correlated with two of them. A significant correlation is found between perfectionism and emotion-focused coping, as well as with avoidant-focused coping. The Pearson coefficient being 0.28 and 0.330 respectively, both at the 0.01 level, indicating that individuals with perfectionism traits tend to rely on emotion-focused and avoidant-focused coping in their daily lives, as also displayed in the provided tables. Whereas it was found that there is no significant relationship found between perfectionism and problem-focused coping. Similarly, findings indicate that procrastination has no significant relationship with either perfectionism or the three of the coping styles. Interestingly, the independent sample t-test was conducted to explore differences in the perfectionism traits, procrastination tendencies, and subsequent coping styles used in university students, which revealed that there was no significant difference in the two genders. Now, concluding my presentation, the study analyzed and explored the relationship between the mentioned variables. The results revealed an intercorrelation of perfectionism with two of the coping styles. Future implications include exploring the significant correlations found in the study to understand perfectionist and procrastination habits in students and further introducing interventions for structured coping mechanisms. The research primarily focused on urban population. Additionally, the use of a cross-sectional design precluded the possibility of assessing the consistency of these variables longitudinally. Implementing a qualitative methodology could have provided deeper insights into the coping mechanisms. Moreover, incorporating a screening tool for psychological conditions would have improved the process of selecting the participants for a study. And that is it from my side. Thank you for taking out the time to and listening to me.
Congratulations, Mo. Wish you all the success.
Thank you.
Any other presenters? Those who have been scheduled today? Ananya, you have not shared your details. Kindly share your details in chat box. We see there are many other people registered from MT University who haven't shared details. We request everyone to quickly share your details in chat box, your topic, name, designation, organization, and the place, so that we can invite you for presentations. And from other universities also, other institutions. Kindly read the instructions on the website. Otherwise, you will face difficulty in completing your formalities. Kindly follow the instructions. All the presenters awaiting for their presentations scheduled today are requested to share their details in the chat box. And those who are willing to present, whose presentations are not scheduled, can also share your details after scheduled presentations. We'll be inviting you for the presentation. And as a special request, as some of them have requested, we are providing you a one-time opportunity tomorrow, that is being Sunday. We will have a special session at 2 p.m. onwards with the same link. You all can join. Whoever has missed their presentations, which were scheduled from 19th, the first day onwards till tomorrow, those who have missed their presentations can make their presentations and complete it. As we are coming closer to the conference, we cannot have much time allotted, as we have already good number of presentations and more presentations are being registered. So it will not be possible to provide time for all the presenters. So we request everyone, be cautious and conscious about the instructions. Daily, we request all the presenters, irrespective of your time, that is, we have clearly mentioned it is a tentative schedule and subject to availability of speaker. If that presenter speaker is not available, we'll be moving on to next presentation. So don't blindly take the schedule as final. Kindly be available at 6 p.m. every day, even if your presentation is scheduled or not. You join whenever we are requesting you. Make a request along with your details in the chat box. We will invite you. Don't lose the opportunity. And for all the presenters, we'll be sharing an email. Kindly keep a watch on your inbox. Kindly add coordinator's mobile number to your contacts, as well as conference email ID to your contacts in your email. And make sure if it reaches your spam box or bulk email, make sure to mark it as not spam or not bulk. As today, after this conference, you will be receiving an email for tomorrow's 2 o'clock special session. And also, if your presentation is not scheduled, no need to worry. You can join and make a request and complete it. First, you complete the presentations, and formalities you can complete later also, because once conference is closed, you will not have the opportunity for presentation. So whatever formalities are there, you try to complete it before the presentation. In case if you are not able to complete them also, no need to worry. Before the conference ends, you ensure that you are completing all your formalities. And after the conference or in the last session of conference, we'll be sharing the feedback. So why it is taking time, all the presentations which are made in the conference will be part of the feedback. We will be taking feedback on each and every presentation. So we have to complete all the presentations to make a list of presentations. So that's why we all have to wait for the certificates till the end of the conference. After the conference ends, or before valedictory, once all the presentations are done, we will list out all the presentations and we'll take feedback on all the presentations. Even the presenters are also required to fill the feedback form. Then only you will be getting your certificates. So including presenters, participants, everyone have to fill up the feedback form. Kindly keep checking your email and website, and also in the chat box for feedback form on last day. And after last day, you can check website. And also we'll be sending you an email within 24 hours. after the feedback form has been activated and shared, you have to fill the feedback form. As after 24 hours, we'll start processing the data and we'll be issuing certificates. And after 24 hours, whoever is filling, whoever delaying, will also issue certificates them, but there will be a delay because we are quite preoccupied with various things. We cannot generate each certificate individually. So we request everyone to fill up the feedback form within 24 hours and the first batch will be issued. And after that, we cannot assure you by what time certificates will be issued. We all have to be disciplined and we all need to follow instructions so that you all complete your presentations and all receive your participation and presentation certificates in time. Time and again, I am requesting everyone to check, read the instructions carefully, follow the instructions. Even after daily reiterating the instructions, announcing instructions, still I get a lot of messages when I will get certificate. That itself says you are not following the instructions, you are not listening to the instructions properly, or you have not read the instructions. This is not expected from anyone. We are supposed to go through the instructions carefully. If you don't follow, you are only the loser. You will not be getting the certificate. And we don't have much time. If you don't have time for yourself, then no one will give you time, waste their time and resources. So we are all responsible individuals. Take responsibility of your time and also other time and respect your time and resources as well as other time and resources. So kindly let us all be disciplined and well acquainted with the procedures. And follow the instructions. Only those who are completing all the formalities will only get the certificates. So ensure you are following the instructions, and while addressing, all the communication should be with due respect. It is not a chat, informal chat that you are chatting. You are chatting with a professor. Do not forget that. And you are chatting with a prestigious panel. So always, whenever you are interacting on the platform, of the platform, on emails, on chat, on WhatsApp, don't forget that, because as a human being, we all needs to be respectful to each other and we need to consider all these aspects. This is not just related to this conference, but in general also, we need to respect our elders and we need to communicate properly. Don't chat like as you are chatting with your friend, and that will have consequences. So I'm cautioning you, kindly be respectful, not only here, but elsewhere also, everywhere on the platform. Not only here in your college, in your university, even in your community, in your family. Our behavior, our way of communication is very important, more than our degrees or qualification. So kindly be patient, kindly be conscious of how you are communicating, what you are communicating, to whom you are communicating. All these aspects are very much important, more than degrees or education. So kindly follow the instructions. If you have any doubt, go through the website again, time and time again, go through the email, go through the registration form. All the details are available. Don't keep messaging. We also have difficulty by seeing lot of messages, when I will get certificate, where I will get certificate. All these distractions will distract us also, and that will delay the process. In fact, if you are continuously wasting our time and resources, that will delay the entire process. Ultimately, you are going to be the losers. So we have to realize that not only here, on any platform, you have to imagine You are in our place. We also have to imagine we are also in your place and try to work together. Then only we can have events smoothly running and you get the intended benefit, because this platform has been created for encouraging people like you. So you utilize it properly so that you get benefited. So we'll move on to our next speaker. There are many speakers, presenters still have to present, but we have not received their details. So that's why I'm daily explaining you immediately after joining at 6 o'clock or whenever you are joining the platform. The first thing is, if you are a presenter, you have to share your details immediately in the chat box and be available for your turn so that we can invite you as per the sequence. As this is the 5th day, I am very cautious about lot of presenters still not have presented, so we will not be able to entertain. At the last minute, you should not say, sir, you have not given me opportunity. Because time and again, I am making request here. I am requesting you and also informing you to check your mails and follow up with us for scheduling. Even if your presentation is not scheduled, don't worry. You join the conference and make a request, wait for your turn and complete your presentation. As this is a very short time and we have received a very good response and we have to manage other things also. We are also running short of time. And so be cautious. It's your responsibility to follow the instructions and keep coordinating with us without wasting our time and resources. And let's together have wonderful events and let's get all benefited from this platform. So kindly do not keep sending messages regarding certificates and all those things. It has been already clearly mentioned on the website. Let's keep chat box only for appreciations, feedback, or any suggestions on the presentations, and only related to your requests on presentations. And let's avoid all other messages in chat box and even also in WhatsApp and emails. Now we will move on to next presentation. Amiya Kumar Das. Are you there? You can raise your hand. What's your topic? You did not mention your topic. Are you presenter? Ananya Sehgal. When you are sharing your details, Yeah, Ananya Sehgal, are you there? Okay. Yeah, you can start your audio and video and presentation, ma.
Just a second, sir. So am I audible?
Yes, ma. You can introduce yourself and continue.
All right. I am Ananya Sehgal, a student of Amity University. So my topic of research is childhood trauma and its effects on adulthood. Childhood trauma, a distressing experience during one's formative years can cast a long shadow into adulthood, shaping the emotional and psychological landscape of an individual. The impact of such early adversity is profound, often leaving lasting scars that manifest in various aspects of adult life. What exactly is childhood trauma? An experience that is frightening, hazardous, violent, or potentially fatal for a kid of 0 to 18 years of age is referred to as child trauma. The child may get extremely overwhelmed, upset, and or powerless with these kinds of situations that occur. Though not every occurrence has a traumatic effect, these kinds of situations can happen to anyone at any age or at any time. When a child watches or goes through traumatic events throughout their early years, it can cause child trauma. The review of literature used in this research study was Rogerson et al. In 2024. The aims of the study were twofold. First, to investigate the effects of childhood trauma on daily stress-related vulnerability factors over a period of 7 days to test whether any observed relationships were moderated by protective or risk factors. Second, to explore the indirect effects of childhood trauma on reasons for living, optimism, daily suicide ideation, defeat, and entrapment through the daily stress-related vulnerability factors. 212 individuals were recruited for an ecological momentary assessment study, and they were requested to complete 3 diaries a day for 7 days. The results of the analysis showed that there was a substantial positive correlation between childhood trauma and higher scores on the daily stress related vulnerability variables. Second literature used was using the childhood trauma questionnaire, a shortened version of the original survey. The meta-analysis published sought to determine the prevalence rates of childhood trauma among individuals with substance use disorders. 10 individuals were included with a sample size of 1310 people across 6 countries. The prevalence estimates of each subtype of childhood trauma across all substance use disorder samples were emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional neglect, and physical neglect. It was concluded that childhood trauma is prevalent among substance use disorder samples compared to the general population. The rationale of the study was childhood trauma can have long lasting effects on a person's mental and emotional well being. Research has shown that individuals who experience trauma during the formative years are more likely to suffer from mental health issues such as depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Understanding the long term consequences of childhood trauma is crucial in developing effective interventions and support systems for individuals who have experienced such adversity. Methodology. The aim of this study is to investigate the correlation between childhood trauma and its lasting effects on adult mental health, behavior, and overall well-being. Objective: to explore the long-term effects of childhood trauma and on mental, emotional, and physical health in adulthood. Hypothesis: experiencing significant childhood trauma is positively correlated with adverse psychological and behavioral outcomes in adulthood, impacting mental health, interpersonal relationships, and overall well-being. Variables. In the topic of childhood trauma and its effects on adulthood, the variables can be defined as follows. The independent variable would be childhood trauma, and the dependent variable would be effects on adulthood. The inclusion and exclusion criteria would be: inclusion criteria: studies focusing on individuals who experience childhood trauma defined as any form of abuse, could be physical, emotional, sexual neglect, or significant adverse childhood experiencing. Research involves participants aged 18 years or older. Exclusion criteria would be participants with pre-existing mental health disorders or medical conditions that could confound the results. Individuals who experienced trauma solely during adulthood. Studies focusing exclusively on a specific type of childhood trauma without considering other types. Research design. The quantitative study employs convenient sampling. The quantitative study employs random sampling to recruit 149 students from various Delhi NCR region. From various people in Delhi NCR region. Participants completed a standardized questionnaire called Childhood Trauma Questionnaire short form, including 28 items assessing childhood trauma based on 5 dimensions: emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional neglect, and physical neglect. Correlation analysis is conducted to examine the relationship between childhood trauma and its effects on adulthood. The results are as follows. These are two of the results table, and the correlation came out to be significant at 0.01 level. The discussion is: in the sample of 149 people, there were 101 female participants and 48 male participants. The correlation shows strong positive correlations between some variables, which were total emotional abuse, total physical abuse, total sexual abuse, total minimization or denial, and a strong negative correlation between some variables that were total emotional neglect, total physical neglect. There are high positive correlations between total emotional abuse and total physical abuse, total sexual abuse, and total minimization and total denial. This suggests these variables measuring very similar things. There's a strong negative correlation between the above group and total emotional neglect and total physical neglect. This means that there are higher scores on the first group correspond with the lowest scores on the second group, and vice versa. Therefore, the correlation is significant at the 0.01 level. Conclusion. In conclusion, childhood trauma casts a long shadow into adulthood, influencing emotional, cognitive, and social aspects of life. Its impact can be profound, leading to difficulties in relationships, cognitive functioning, and social interactions. However, understanding the effects of childhood trauma is the first step towards healing and recovery. Through therapy, support networks, and self-care practices, individuals can embark on a journey of healing, reclaiming control over their lives, and fostering resilience. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Congratulations, Ananya. Wishing you all the success.
Thank you.
Anyone else left out for presentations today? From Amity University? Kindly check so that we can take unscheduled presentations. Yeah, Sabrina Christina, kindly wait for some time. We will invite you after scheduled presentations. We'll just look at the schedule once again. If anyone else is there, can share your details. 23rd today. Yeah, Sabina and Dharmavir, kindly wait for some time as this is your second presentation and it is unscheduled. After scheduled presentations, we will invite you. You can lower your hands. So today's presenters, anyone available in the list, kindly check the screen. If you haven't presented, immediately share the details in chat box. Tanvi, are you available? Tarini has completed. Sanika Rastogi. Sanika Rastogi. Mishti Seth has completed. Gauri has completed. Vanshika Singhal. Vanshika Singhal, are you there? Tanish Mathur. Rakshita. Rajiv Sharma. Dharmavir is the same topic which you are about to present. Kindly check the topic if it is same or different. Sachin Janardhan. Can use chat box to respond, Dharmavir. Sachin Janardhan. Are you there? Kangan Singh completed. Suchita Nagpal, she has completed. Navya Tripathi, she also completed. Asmita Sanjeev, are you available, ma? Asmita Sanjeev. Malaika. Yashasvi, she has completed. Aisha Parveen completed. Avazbek, are you available on the platform? Ananya Sehgal, she has completed. Rinki Bhatia. Dr. Kantaraj. Okay, those who are available from Amity University, kindly inform your colleagues if you have their contacts to immediately join and share their details for presentation. In the meanwhile, we will take other presentations. Yeah, Sabina Christina. Are you there? Okay, next, Dharmavir. Okay, next, Sabina will be presenting next. Kindly be prepared. We'll take Dharmavir now. And in the meanwhile, those who have not yet presented but scheduled, kindly share your details in chat box so that we can complete it today itself. Yeah, Sabina, you can go ahead. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Next, Dharmavir, be ready with your presentation.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening to everyone who is attending this program. Sir, am I audible?
Your voice is breaking.
Am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, now it's fine. Kindly connect to stable network now.
Yes, sir, I have done it.
You can switch on your video as well.
I thank Ravindra sir for this particular opportunity, for giving me another chance to do an online oral and PPT presentation. Today, my topic is all about a very interesting topic. Sir, is my screen visible?
We could see only a blank screen, white screen. Now it's fine.
Okay. So it's about voiceless, that is animals, birds, as well as fishes. And we all know that myself, Sabina Christina, Assistant Professor, Community Health Nursing, Dayanand Sagar University, Bangalore, Karnataka. I'm here for this topic, speaking about summer and how the animals, birds, and fishes needs to be taken care during summer. If you talk about summer, it's one of a very we can tell a happy season, but when the season increases, it turns out to be really miserable for humans as well as non-human species. Now, today's topic is about non-human species and how it is affecting during summer, and we being human, how we can handle these particular species is what is my small talk. First is about heat wave. What are the effects that occurs during summer and how we need to handle is heat wave, which is a very common impact that is happening on human as well as non-humans. Under heat wave, if you take up, cattle are affected, dogs are affected, birds are affected, as well as fishes are also getting affected. Three important things that we need to look in all these species, which shows that there is heat wave. One is excessive panting, increased heart rate, and especially when you take up in dogs or cats, they'll be having drooling, which shows that they're having too much of heat produced in the body. Now it's almost equal to sweating, like how when there's heat produced and we sweat, same like that the animals drool saliva. Now these are the three important symptoms that needs to be noted, which shows that the animal is entering into heat wave, which is really dangerous. They can develop heat stroke. Now, what is the way that they develop is because pet parents who are having pets and they are traveling from place to place, they might be taking them by car, and there are more chances of keeping those pets in the car, thinking that they will be safe inside the car because they're not getting exposed outside to the heat. But now, due to keeping them inside the car, there is a lot of researchers which is done that the heat gets absorbed inside the car and the animal which is inside can develop heat stroke and they can get suffocated because of the temperature that is getting absorbed inside and it gets radiated inside the vehicle. Normally, if you take up in the normal temperatures, there is 40 degrees Celsius, which is increasing every 10 minutes inside the car. And there is chances of going even to 120 degrees Celsius when the car is under the direct sunlight. So if you have a pet inside the car, the heat can get directly radiated to the pet and there is chances of landing up in heat stroke, developing heat wave, and they can even lose the pet. So whenever you're taking them in the car, it's better to have a water bottle and a bowl in case if you feel that your pet is gasping, your pet is feeling suffocated, you can give them bowl of water so that they will feel pleasant. And my request, please do not leave your pet in the car when you go anywhere out. It's better exposed to these kind of heat strokes. If you feel you cannot take your pet out to places where you're going and you're forced to keep them inside the car, my humble request is please do not carry them with you in that case. It's better they stay at home than being inside the car and getting heat stroke. Warm weather, pet safety, how hot your car is going to be. Now, this is an article which is taken up from a journal. And over here, it shows that the vehicle temperature compared to outside to inside the car increases more than what it is. For example, if outside temperature is 70 degrees Fahrenheit, inside the car, there is almost 20 degrees Fahrenheit more in 10 minutes. In half an hour, it is going to increase more. So I do not want to read everything, but when you take up the ratio, it is more inside the car compared to outside. And there are even chances that the windows of the vehicles can also get cracked because of the temperature which is happening. Better to put them at home if it is a situation where you are supposed to take them and keep them inside the car until you complete the work. Second important point, getting rid of those parasites. Now, not only humans, even the animals carry parasites, And during the summer season, the parasites are very comfortable and it's a very pleasant season for them to multiply and start growing in huge number. So we need to protect them from ticks, fleas, and lice. And ticks are very common during summer between the month of March to May, between August to November, where it is like a breeding season. They multiply and they go and catch the animals as a host. So the temperature above the freezing point is the best time where the ticks multiply. So what is the best way we can protect them is make a point that you check their skin, you check their hair on a daily basis that there are no parasites on the skin. Have a tick spray, tick repellent, and frequent grooming and frequent checking will help your pets staying away from parasites, which is very common during summer. And these parasites do not stay quiet. They create a kind of irritating situation, leaving out their toxins into the skin, which reaches the blood of the animal, and it causes scratchy feeling for the animal, which becomes a nightmare even in the day. So the animal keeps scratching and there is chances of developing infections like tick fever, which can be very severe if unattended and untreated. Third one, very common issue which my pet also faces, keeping your pet paws cool. Now we feel like we need to take the pet out very often to meet their nature call. Now, during summer, sometimes our pet will stay away. When you try to take them out for a walk, they will like, no, I'm not coming out. Now, that is a sign the pet shows that he's not ready to come out. Might be he can sense that the temperature is too much for him to tolerate, especially in the places where like asphalt areas, metal regions, where there are concrete surfaces where the temperature gets absorbed. And when you try to take them out, it's better you go out with your bare feet, keep your feet outside on the surface for a maximum of 1 minute and see if you can withhold the heat. If you're able to withhold the heat, then you have to think that your pet's paw is much softer and much delicate so that they will withhold the heat half of what you can withhold. So better not to take them out at that time. So once you take them out, make a point that you preferably take them out either in the evenings or in the morning where the temperature is little less. And if you're taking them out, it's better to put socks which comes for all the 4 limbs so that the paws will be protected from direct contact with the heat. Keeping the nails trimmed, make a point that the hair between the feet is being cleaned properly. Check the paws carefully for any cracks or any kind of injuries, burns, which is occurring due to going on the heat areas. Wash the feet every time after the walk. Apply some moisturizer, massage their feet because they are more delicate than what we are. So how we take care of ourselves, it's the same way we need to take care of them because they're almost same to children. And protecting their paws not only in summer as well as in winter. Make a point that you watch their paws. If they're frequently chewing the paws or they're licking the paws, that means there's something wrong with the paws that is irritating them. And that's when you have to focus to know what actually they're trying to tell you, not by voice, but voiceless. Grooming your pet. Now, this is the most important role as a pet parent. Everybody need to focus. Now, here I put the pictures of dogs. Not only dogs, it can be for cats, it can be for cows, it can be for any animals. You need to keep them well groomed. That is when they will be healthy. And if they're healthy, since they stay with us, we will be healthy. So washing them, brushing them every day, making the point that the nails are neat, massages, especially during summer. We need to keep a bowl of water or might be a basin which is filled with water. So in case if they're feeling too hot, they can go and sit in that and relax themselves so that they will be feeling a little better than getting exposed to too much of heat. Watching the pet's weight. Now we might think, what is weight to do with the summer? Now during summer, there is more studies which has proved that the loss of weight is more. And during winter, the weight gains. That's how the god is created, so that the body gets handling the temperature based on the weight that they put on. Now, during summer, the weight loss occurs because the animal becomes more active and they try to move around every places and they're not idle. So if they're not able to lose weight, that means your animal or your pet needs some kind of exercise to maintain the weight. Avoid walking in direct sun unless the pet needs to. Now, over here, if you take up, even if you're taking them out for an exercise during summer, make a point you take them to a shady places and not getting directly exposed in the sunlight. Preferably post 10 o'clock, before 4 o'clock needs to be focused. If you're taking them out, preferably a shady place will be seen. So watch your pet's weight. Make a point that your pet's weight and your pet's breed should match. They should not be overweight, they should not be underweight, because the weight also maintains their body temperature. Now this picture is very, very nice. So there's a dog drinking water and this dog is getting food. So feeding the right food and clean water to the animals during summer is very, very important. Now we might think like, what are the foods that I like to eat during summer is something that on the fridge. Now when you go for giving ice creams, please do not give ice cream growth inside their body. Now better to avoid ice creams, better to avoid salty foods and sugary foods for them. So what is that we can give? We can give them fruits. We can give them fruits which is having a lot of water content like melons. And when you're giving them fruits, make a point that there's no seeds inside the fruits. Please remove those seeds. Spend some extra time. Remove the sweet seeds and give them only the pulp. And if you're giving them veggies which is containing fluid again, like cucumbers and veggies like pumpkin. Now, these kind of foods will try to maintain the body temperature. It will hydrate them so that they don't go into dehydration. And if you're planning to give them some liquid kind of foods like curds, buttermilk, cool water, and if you're giving them soups, it's better to keep the soup outside so that it becomes cool before you give them. It might be veg soups or chicken soups. Please don't serve any food very hot during summer, because already their body temperature is heated up, and you give them something very hot, it's going to add up to the body temperature, which can lead up to internal heat stroke. So even if you're making it hot, keep it outside for some time to get it cold, and then you can serve them cold foods. Summer call for the change of diet of animals. Never overfeed them during the season, because the animal is already frustrated with the heat outside and heat inside. So sometimes the animal might say that, no, I don't want food. So that's when you just allow them to just relax. Don't force food to them. And do not give them stale food, even if it is an animal which is outside your gate. Please don't give old food for any animal. Better throw it than feeding them. And if you have kept the food open for more than 4 hours, already there is a bacteria growth inside the food. Please discard it. Don't give it to any animals, not even to the birds, because they all are very small. The digestive tract is very tender. It cannot tolerate those things. Choosing the right products and accessories for your pet. Now, normally, if you take up, we are very trendy. We feel like to take pics with our dogs. We make them put clothes and hoodies, whatnot. Now, when it comes to summer, avoid using hoodies, avoid using clothes, because they might feel stuffy inside those things. Now, unless it is in place where you feel that it is needed and you feel like my dog's skin is directly getting exposed to the heat, so I need to cover it. In that case, yes, a thin cloth can be used, but not something which is thick and causing more of heat production. And if you have an animal where you collar it most of the time, you put that belt, especially inside the home, please unleash them. Please leave them free. It's okay. They can be free. If you're taking them out and you're scared your animal will run away, you can leash them. But inside the home, please even remove the collars, because the collars can even grow microorganisms because of that stuffy which happens. And there is even chances for the ticks to stay behind the skin when you put the collar. And please keep a cool place for them to relax. so that they will be feeling comfortable when they're frustrated with heat. Now here there's a pic about two animals with stuffy clothes. Now this can be used in places where it's too cold. And most important, where most of the pet parents even don't take initiative to do that. Please visit vet if symptoms like dehydration, excessive panting, drooling, vomiting, diarrhea, and fever is seen, because these are the symptoms which is a symptom of tick fever, very common during summer. Do not ignore these symptoms. Please take them to the vet at the earliest to diagnose and get them treated. If not, there are chances of even losing the pet. Now, if it is an animal outside your gate, you see these symptoms and you feel like you can't take them to a vet, please call to your vet, ask them to visit, or take a video of the suffering what the animal is going through, and you can report to them. Or you have social workers, you have animal activists, you have people who are coming as an animal rescuers. Please have contact number of those people and contact them. They are always ready to come and help in cases of needs like this. Now coming to the next species. Okay, recall of whatever we have learned. Sun protection, hot car, shade, pause protection, stay hydrated, and noting the signs of heat stroke. Now, birds. How can birds be protected during summer? Now, birds are a very free animals. I mean, species where you can't keep them inside unless you want to keep them as a pet. Now, how can I protect them from summer risks? Keep a bowl of water. That's more than enough. And a fresh food like grains. Now that's sufficient to take care of them. And make a point that if you feel the water is too warm, please put some ice cubes inside that, which will maintain some coolness, and the bird will enjoy being inside that particular dish. Refill the water, keep clean water, or keep some dripper or mister to maintain the temperature. As the picture here, there is water and the birds are so happy. And there are sparrows. And if you take up sparrows, when I was small, I could see sparrows everywhere. But nowadays, I hardly get to see the sparrows, because the sparrows are species which is getting extincted. Very cute birds. I don't know, the new generation, if you've ever seen a sparrow, you got to even save those birds from getting extincted in climates like this. And if possible, every house, you can have a small bird home. It doesn't do anything. Just keep a bird home. So if a bird is like having too much of heat, they can come there, take some rest, and then they can move on. These two things are more enough to take care of birds during the time of summer. Now, fishes. Now we can say fish is always in water. What's going to happen? Nothing will happen. It's in a comfortable place. But even fishes struggle in summer, especially if it is an aquarium fish. A fish which you are taking and keeping it inside a tank, and you're trying to grow it, telling it as a pet. But when you're growing a fish in the aquarium, you cause that the fish is stressed out, especially during summer. Now, what are the symptoms that shows? There will be a rapid gill movement of the fish. It'll be gasping for air. You can see the fish will come from down to top, and the mouth will be wide open, and it will be gasping for air, which shows that it's not getting enough of oxygen supply. And the oxygen supply decreases during the summer. So what happens if you're having an aquarium, you have a tank at home, fish tank, please put some ice cubes inside the fish tank. Now that will maintain the coolness of the fish tank, and that will help in increasing the oxygen level which the fish needs. And please change the water on a 2 or 3 days basis. If the algae is growing inside the water, don't think that, oh, it's good, the algae is good for the fish. But in the aquarium tank, if the algae is growing, now that is dangerous, because the study shows that there are heterotrophic bacteria which is blooming up, which can cause infections to your fish which you're keeping at home. So please have an air bubbled water tank. Please have an oxygen can there. Make a point that there is a continuous flow of that air bubble, the purifier which is there. Please put some ice cubes, maintain the temperature of the water. And if your fish tank is near window where there is heat coming directly, please make a point the curtain is put, or put a blinder so that the heat doesn't travel directly to the tank and the water gets heated up. Please look into all these things because they cannot open up and speak. You need to look into the symptoms that they throw up. Now, there are some journal articles which is done few studies have shown that what the summer can do to the animals. And just to wind up on some important points, heat stress affects the growth performance of an animal, bird, or a fish, whatever. Now, this particular study is done by Baumgart. It is done in the year 2012. If it is a cattle or a goat, the milk production is getting affected because of the heat stress. Now, this is done by Das et al. In the year 2016. Reproduction performance is also getting affected because of the heat stress. Rhodes et al. In the year 2002. Disease occurrence. More diseases develops, and if we are a meat eater, now those diseases which is going to be developed in the animal, and when you consume their meat, it's going to be affected you. So if the animals are troubled, just make a point that you're going to be affected because the fauna and the flora depends, and that's going to affect our health in turn. So we protect the animals, in turn the animals and the nature is going to protect us. The last slide, climatic change affects the dimension of food security, the nutrition, the availability of the food, the access of food, utilization of food, and the stability of the food. So if the food is affected, obviously the food chain is going to be affected. If the food chain is affected, in turn, the last person who is going to be affected is humans. This is according to Rojas, Downing et al. In the year 2017. So the major threat to the survival of many species is happened due to the climatic change. Now, all these are the studies done in the year of 2012, 17. It's before 2020. So now you take up, the condition is going to be more worse because the ozone layer is badly damaged. So the heat is going to be terrible. And being March itself, that heat imagine how April and May nature protects us in turn. And if it gets heat stroke, please feeling about is physical stress occurs even to the grazing animals, especially when they're walking in the hot places. Now, this is a study done by Sejian et al. In the year 2013. So my humble request, though me being a nurse, I'm an animal rescuer, I'm a pet lover, I have great gratitude towards animals, birds, and fishes. So my humble request to everyone who is watching this particular presentation, please kindly take care of the nature. The nature will take care of us back. That's the only thing we can do. Please don't harm them. If you can't do anything good, keep a bowl of water, keep some good food. Please don't keep rotten foods. Keep a shade there. Keep a cardboard box. It's more than enough. Keep a small bird house for the bird. Keep a cardboard box for an animal to come and then settle down. Put some shade so that anyone can come and take some rest. Please be humble and gratitude to the nature. Thank you so much for taking this time out and listening to the presentation. I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for the patience. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Do we have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Sabina, for the wonderful presentation. Very insightful, and it's also need of the hour in this summer. Participants, if you have any queries, suggestions,
thank you, sir,
appreciation, feel free to share in chat box or by raising your hand. You can continue to share in chat box. We'll move on to our next presentation. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir.
You can stop presentation.
Yes.
So next we have Dharmavir. Dharmavir, you can now unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dharamveer, working as a social worker in the field of child health. And today I'm going to discuss about some challenges and problems which are faced by social workers in the field.
Do you have PPT, ma'am?
Yes. As you know, the International Federation of Social Workers and International Association of Schools of Social Worker had in their respective general assemblies in 2000 and 2001 officially approved a definition statement of the concept of social work. The social work profession promotes social change, promoting human of people to enhance well-being, utilizing theories of human behavior and social system. Social work intervenes at the points where people interact with their environments. Principles of human rights and social justice are fundamentals to social work. There are, if we talk about history of social work, the poor from the very beginning of the civilized society have been the concern of humanists, philanthropists, and socio-religious activities. Its description is found in the Vedic literature also. And the Association of Improving the Conditions of the Poor, AICP, founded in 1843 in USA. That association was organized for the people who are poor. They are identified from the society and they are forced to do some manual work, and then they are given some foods or financial resources. And similarly, if we talk about Germany in 1520, in Germany, Martin Luther made a law over begging in Germany. And they are forced to do some manual work. If they deny, then they are put behind the bars. And if we talk about in India, there are many laws which are legislated, like Bengal Vagrancy Act 1943, Bombay Beggars Act 1945, Madras Prevention of Begging Act. From the very beginning, the social work is considered to be the act of charity. By helping people, by giving them foods, is considered to be the social work. But gradually, it was researched and it was found it is a profession where some principles and techniques and skills of social work are utilized for helping the people or those who are in need. But nowadays, there are some problems and challenges which are faced by the social workers in the field, like public recognition of professional social work, lack of public recognition of social work as a profession is another critical shortcoming that has a lot to do with its future prospects in India. The notion of the professional social work in the people's mind is in contradiction to an idealized image of the conventional social service workers. Many people are today found they are using the word social worker like politicians. They are using the word social worker behind their names. Many people in the rural like Sarpanch members, they are also using the term social workers, but they don't about what is social work. They help the people by giving them money. They are feeding them. Yeah, they are considered to be themselves like as a social worker. But if we talk about the social work profession, that is another thing. In many fields like community health, in community health, medical social workers also, or in hospitals, medical social worker also face many problems in recognition of social work profession. Like they don't know about the what the job of medical social work. They are considered to be like multi-purpose health workers. They are appointed at computers set up, and they are uh, forced to do some work like data entries. But most of organization don't know about the medical social work profession. Low prevailing level also. The prevailing level of Indian social services and welfare services is extremely low, and that most of the voluntary welfare agency lack the necessary resources to meet some of the basic human needs of common people. Even the Central Social Welfare Board, which assists financially more than 12,000 voluntary social welfare agencies, has failed to promote the cause of professional social work. Actually, the board, which employ a large number of specialists, has not given proper representation to professional social workers. It is true that formal education for social work has taken root, and about 30 institutions offering graduates, more than 30 institutions offering graduate courses at present. Like lack of indigenous materials or literature. In India, there is a lack of literature of social work. Also, in northern India, if we talk about many universities departing the education of social work, they are lacking uh, the literature of social work profession. The major shortcoming of social work education in India is its inability to sufficiently indigenize its knowledge base, the basic teaching materials with respect to interventionist method, the holy trinity of social case work, social group work, and community organization is still primarily American. The challenge, as mentioned before, has not been met, and there is often a lingering doubt in the mind of many social work educators and trained social workers whether social work in India can afford to be only concerned with specific individuals, groups, and communities when the problems are really the problems of large masses of the people. As stated by Gore in 1985. Many of the problems that are identified as problems of the socially oppressed and economically deprived sections cannot be called adjustmental problems. The social and cultural construct of these problems is well beyond the reach of moral, ethical, psychosocial paradigm of intervention. Srivastava in 19 1999. Missing of fundamental features. The professional alone have not yet acquired any dominant place to shape and formulate social policies or again, the professional group itself has not developed any social code which the profession also should accept and practice as the fundamental feature of their profession. In view of the dominance of the foreign influence on the existing professional social work in India and its lack of integration with the culture mores of Indian society, there is as yet no agreement on a professional code of ethics for the practice of social work. The profession has failed to develop consensus of kind and has not created a common platform to express its point of view on broad issues and problems confronting the society. The educational institutions offer very few courses on social administration, social planning, and social action, and most of existing courses do not develop intellectual interest and creativity to promote research orientation. In 1975, one of the leading social work educators wrote that social work has remained almost static for more than 25 years. After a decade, this still holds true. And another challenge is strengthening of professional associations. There are many associations, but they are registered under societies like Indian Association of Professional Social Work and the Indian Society of Professional Social Work established in 1970 by Dr. R.K. Upadhyay. This is a society working for the social workers. And the absence of effective functioning of professional association of social work practitioners and educators is the most pronounced handicap in professional development in the country. Unless these are revived and made effective, the future of the profession of social work is likely to remain bleak. The history of two national level of association, Indian Association of Trained Social Work and ASWI, is a checkered one. In addition to these associations, regional associations of trained professional social workers are situated in different states. However, only a few of these regional associations are active. In fact, among these national level association of the profession, the National Association of Professional Social Workers in India, which was established in 2005, Indian Society of Professional Social Workers in 1970 by Dr. R.K. Upadhyay, are doing very important work for the professional advancement and for the continuous professional development of the educators, practitioners, as well as learners of the social work across the nation by organizing national level of seminars and conferences. The Association of Schools of Social Work in India did a lot of work for the profession after its inception. Next, National Council for Social Work. We need to have national level council to maintain the uniform standards of education and give accreditation to institutions as well to practitioners. Efforts have been made to form National Council in the lines of Medical Council of India through discussions between eminent social work educators and practitioners at various fora. Unless a uniform system of accreditation on all India basis is developed and enforce the development of social work education and programs on sound lines is likely to proceed very slowly for a long time. In 1965, one committee recommended. There were many committees were recommended, like over National over Social Work Council. In 1978, supported that recommendations, but no action seems to have been taken in the behalf so far. The second event related to emergence of a national organization of professional social workers in India in 1961. Earlier, these existed an informal organization of social workers in 1951. This organization, however, had not been effective in attracting a large number of social workers as members. Inbreeding in several institutions. Inbreeding that is appointing their own students within the department due to political and other pressures. It is seen in India, many hospitals like PGI's, AIMS, they recruit the people of their known for the post of social workers, medical social workers. Also, meager salaries through social work teachers, low salary and job stagnation, high turnover, easy burnouts are some of the crucial issues that would be resolved if we are able to bring standardization in the social work teaching and practice, and at the same time portray a desirable and advantageous images of social work profession in the country. Paying meager salaries to social work teachers lead to poor quality of teaching. Practicum and research and best practices cannot be adopted. Social work educators are not practitioners. When the educators, practitioners, and students are talking about social work as a profession, like medicines, law, and engineering, the professors of medical colleges or university practice their profession by visiting wards of hospitals along with the medical students. Professors of the engineering college involved in practices, and professors of law college also practice their profession and update their knowledge levels, enhance their competency to deal with the issues. In social work, the holistic view on teaching, practice, and research is missing very much. Majority social work educators are found to be comfortable in conventional classroom teaching and rarely found in practice and research domains. No activity for continuous professional development. According to UGC, there are 250 schools departments of social work in India. Most of them not doing anything for the continuous professional development in the form of conducting workshops, organizing seminars, doing research studies, conducting survey, bagging field action projects from funding organization, taking students for study tours to out of the state. Through field action projects, field work, labs at the department, school leads to the growth opportunity, to the staff learning opportunity, to researchers and the students. Non-professionals. The conducted seminar by Association of Schools of Social Work in India disapproved of the practice of appointing persons who are not trained in social work as members of boards of the examiners and board of studies in social work and selection committees for appointing social work teachers by the universities. In the same way, only social work professionals can teach, guide, and train the student of social work, like medical students can only be trained by medical professors. Law students only can be capacitated by the law graduates. Likewise, same will be applicable for social work profession. But unfortunately, in some universities and colleges, other disciplines Teachers such as anthropology, psychology, sociology, geography teach the social work students. No uniform syllabus and lack of standards in education and teaching and training. We need to standardize the quality of education and training that are provided by the numerous schools of social work across the country. These social work educational institutions differ from each other in terms of curricula, generic courses versus specialization offered, activities focused during training inputs of the fieldwork components, and so on. Across the nation, no university is following homogeneous syllabus, guidelines, and other standards. Several schools and departments are not giving any importance for the practicum. Simply, the students are being awarded with the degrees. Undoubtedly, standard of education in social work is not that much good. Lack of awareness on ODL. In spite of other 30 years of the existence of the open and distance learning system in the country and over 40 years of the existence of social work education through ODL in several advanced countries, the social work fraternity in India are yet to recognize the need, relevance, scope, and feasibility of ODL for social work education in India. The principal tenet in distance education is social inclusion, justice, and equality. In educational management, these principles play a crucial role in making available the fruits of the development across the different sections of the people, aiming at fundamental social work principles of social justice and equity. All the programs like IGNOU, the largest open university in the world, has the approval of University Grant Commission, Distance Education Council, and Association of Indian Universities. In fact, National Association of Social Work, International Federation of Social Work, and several councils of social workers in many countries have approved and recognized distance education programs for several decades now. And last and final, developing fields, action projects. The University Grant Commission, UGC, clearly mentioned in its measure of areas of concerns for the development of social work education and training in India. That is development of field and field services project to provide learning opportunity to the students, growth opportunity to the staff, and services opportunity to the people. But the process of developing project and the executing is missing a lot. Thank you so much, sir. Ravindra sir, for giving me an opportunity.
Congratulations, Dharmavir. At least,
Thank you, sir. Thank
you. Yeah. So we have been talking about all these things since many platforms and many years, on every social work day celebrations, we have been raising out these things. And, still there is not much change because, the ones who are leading are not effectively doing the work. In spite of repeatedly reiterating the process, you have mentioned all the names also. So I don't, there is no need to mention again. So whoever all...
Sir, I am connected to you, sir, from the COVID pandemic time, sir. I am joining many many Zoom meetings with you, sir.
Yeah, so
during COVID pandemic also, sir.
Yes. So this is the problem, the first thing is we lack unity, unfortunately. We are united in very few things and we are divided in many things. So that is a major problem.
Many different associations of social work, they are not getting united, sir.
And moreover, every social worker or association has their own agenda, and though we have similar things, but we are working separately. We are not. Those are efforts also to make a unique portal. Again, that didn't even materialize. Even social work council also, we had too many representations. Even the government also got confused to whom we have to listen. Now, see, when as a social work council we are going, we have to work on a single representation. But again, many groups going representing. We also convey to government that we are not united and we have our own versions. So a lot of such things are there, but no single person can do anything. But what we can do, at least.
But sir, I appreciate you, sir. You are doing very well, sir, in this field.
Yeah, whatever. See, that's what as a social worker, whatever we can
motivating
do.
youngsters, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. You are motivating youngsters in the field of social work, social welfare, law, medical field, sir. You are motivating youngsters, sir.
Yeah. So that is how we started this platform, before pandemic also. And after pandemic, we thought, as social workers also needs to contribute in somehow, somewhere. Even earlier also, the same thing happened when we discussed with our fraternity, even my professors. Everyone was saying we have to do something. But what we have to do, when we propose something, again, it is difficult to implement. We have very good aims, aspirations, but again, coming to implementation, we had so many hurdles. So then, by God's grace, somehow, we started in a small way, but today we stand in a very large way. No one has conducted such a long, series of events, and it stood a great record in the history of India itself. See how if a social worker wanted to do something, that itself is an example that, it's not a single man effort, though we started, but everyone contributed. That is the greatness, because it's not a one-man show where, we can run it. But one person, if or a team, a small group initiates, people will come and join. Irrespective of anyone joins or not. See, this invitation is open for everyone. Even every association, we send invitation. Every, the top professors, we send invitation. But whether they come or not, that is different thing. But we are inviting, we are offering our due respects, and we are extending our invitation. We are doing our duty. Whether they are contributing, and if they are contributing in what way, it's up to them. But our duty, we are doing. So whatever we have to do as a social.
You are doing well, sir.
Yeah.
You are doing very well, sir.
What I mean to say is not to criticize anyone, but whatever we can do, we have to do at whatever level we can. That is the only thing I want to convey. And you have put very good efforts. Maybe in the last day in valedictory, hope we will get some, top professors on board. On that day also, we will discuss on that what were the developments which has happened, at least from last year to this year. Any significant developments had happened. One good thing that has happened is, social workers have been recognized in allied health professionals. So in that way, it's a good news that at least social.
I am a medical social worker. I am facing these types of problems, sir. For recognition.
Now, at least we can register ourselves under that. So that is one kind of recognition, but still a long way. Still, in UPSC and all various other places. We need to be recognized, and especially in some governments, people also, especially in Telugu states, also in Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala, and some other states. Now, recently, they have started notifying positions for social work.
Yes, sir.
By the government, and even
sir, if we talk about, sir, Canada.
Yeah, please.
There is a association of Malayali Association of Social Workers, sir. They are working in Canada, sir. They are migrated from India, sir.
So we all need to work on, at various levels. Even if everyone does 100% work also, there is even 1,000% work pending. So we should not think that, by only one person doing something, or even everyone does also, there is a lot of work to be done. So if we go with that perspective, we all can come together, join together, and do a lot of work. Anyway, this is a very good thing that you reminded me all the efforts, where we all, as a fraternity, as a family, we are trying to address, trying to put in. Anyway, we'll also discuss in detail on the last day among our friends and with our friends, and we'll also listen to our friends what they have to say, any changes from their perspective also.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. You can share this document.
Mr. Matt is also connected, sir, from COVID pandemic, sir.
Yeah, there are a lot of, really, these are very kind-hearted souls, I say, without expecting anything and coming, joining together and contributing is not a easy task. And, from across the world, we have participants and presenters. We have senior professors and, from students also. We said no to anyone as long as, they are following basic things. No? So people are coming, joining, but we also have a lot of limitations. No, we also have same 24 hours. We also have same limitation of manpower. So we have to, because of enormous activities, we have to take care of systematic execution. Otherwise, we will not be able to execute so many programs. We know to organize one day event, how much pain, how much efforts, how much resources, time is required. And this is ongoing process. So every day, while we get up in the morning, by the end of the day, we have to do a lot of things.
But sir, you are a great inspiration for me, sir.
Thank you.
For thousands of youngsters, sir. You are, yeah, sir.
Yeah, it's all, the entire credit goes to social work fraternity only, because it's all my colleagues, my professors, and my students, research scholars, who all have been, encouraging me. Of course, there are people who discourage me, who criticize me also, but there is no other option, because, if they are pointing at me, then it is first, in the very first place, before me, they are the persons who were leading, who are heading. So they failed, so I had to take, and I also had to compromise at certain levels, because, the line, the preceding line, they have not been trained in a proper way. So we can't expect overnight something else will happen. So we have to take it as it is. At least now we can do. See, we are giving so much people opportunity. Now at least when an event is announced, professors can guide students and help them in making presentations. And in that way, they can train, or they can help to take up research and encourage them for the presentations. So in that way also, there are efforts lacking, but many are encouraging, but still we need to put in more efforts. But anyway, slowly things are changing. It's
sir. Yeah.
over a period of time, it will happen. We'll wait for a bright future. Definitely, things are moving but
sir.
slowly.
Yeah.
So we will soon have a
Definitely, sir.
prospect. Okay, then if there are no further presentations, then we shall conclude it here. You can share this document to email address.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all the presenters are, making presentations. Kindly share your PPT and photograph also. We are planning to have certificates with photographs if possible. So kindly share your photograph and also your PPT. And if you have full paper, you can send your full paper along with your details, same format you follow. A copy paste, you can copy paste all the format and just attach the files and send it. You can then we will also inform you if there is any further details required so that you can we can also prepare the feedback form and share it to all of you, and so that we can start in the certificates also.
Thank you so much, sir, for motivating me, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations once again for your efforts. So any other presenters willing to make presentation? Yeah, Rakshita Bait from Amity, I think. Have you shared your details, ma, in chat box? If not, immediately share your details. What's your topic? Rakshita, you can unmute yourself. Start your video and presentation.
Okay, I was unable to unmute myself. I'm sorry, sir.
So you have to share your details as well in chat box.
Yes, sir.
There are many presenters from your university, ma. I think your colleagues also inform them to immediately join.
Sure, sir. So is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so good evening, everyone present here. I am Rakshita Bishna. I'm currently pursuing my bachelor's in psychology from Amity University, Noida. Today, I'm presenting my research paper on the topic effect of self-efficacy and work motivation on emotional burnout in employees. So, giving a brief introduction about the variables that I've used for the research. So, starting with emotional burnout, it is often described as a state of exhaustion resulting from prolonged stress. And has been a prevalent issue in today's fast-paced work environments. It not only impacts the mental and physical health of employees, but also detrimentally affects organizational outcomes such as absenteeism, turnover, and reduced performance. So central to this discussion are two critical concepts, self-efficacy and work motivation. Self-efficacy, which is already a really popular concept in psychology given by Albert Bandura, refers to an individual's belief in their ability to successfully accomplish tasks and achieve goals in the workplace. On the other hand, work motivation encompasses the internal and external factors that drive employees to engage in their work, including their passion, goals, and perceived rewards. So by understanding these three variables and how they interact with each other, organizations can implement strategies to foster a healthier work environment and support their employees' well-being. Through empirical research and theoretical frameworks, we aim to discover the intricate relationships between these variables. Moving on to why I chose this topic for research, the significance of this study basically. So the impact of emotional burnout on employees remains an important area of study as the field of organizational psychology grows. Organizations have also started recognizing their influence over the employee's life. and the workplace dynamics. And emotional burnout significantly influences a number of factors like job performance, satisfaction, and individual experiences. The American Psychological Association revealed that employees who experience true workplace burnout have a 57% increased risk of workplace absence and a 180% increased risk of developing depressive disorders and an 84% risk of type 2 diabetes. The impact of emotional burnout on employees can range from a change in attitude to severe issues like an inability to switch off, poor physical and mental health. The chronic fatigue experienced by employees during emotional burnout can impair their day-to-day activities and tasks, and in turn impact their job performance. So the rationale for this specific study is to understand the relationship between self-efficacy, work motivation, and emotional burnout. By examining how these factors come into play, this research can shed light on the underlying mechanisms driving burnout and identify strategies to cultivate resilience and engagement among employees, ultimately fostering a positive work environment where employees feel empowered and motivated and can lead to higher levels of productivity, lower turnover rates, and a more sustainable organizational culture. So the aim of my study was to see the impact of self-efficacy and work motivation and emotional burnout in employees. There were two hypotheses that I used for the study. The first one stated that there would be a significant relationship between self-efficacy and emotional burnout. The second hypothesis stated that there would be a significant relationship between work motivation and emotional burnout. The methodology, moving on to the methodology part, as for the research design of the study, this paper uses a peer correlation method and regression analysis for exploring the various themes of the mentioned variables. The sample that was used consisted of working adults from the age of 20 to 50, and the total number of subjects was 130. There were 74 males and 56 females. The tools that were used for the study were the general self-efficacy scale, work motivation scale, and Maslow's burnout inventory. As we can see here on the result table, this is the correlation table for the three variables that was used. So here we have the total number of subjects that was consistent for all the variables, which was 130, mean and standard deviation. So as we can see on the result table here, the correlation between self-efficacy and emotional burnout was minus 0.680, and the correlation between work motivation and emotional burnout was minus 0.685. So dissecting the result using the hypothesis, so the hypothesis one stated that there would be a significant relationship between self-efficacy and emotional burnout. So as seen in the result table in the previous slide, the result, the correlation coefficient came out to be 0.680, which was significant at the 0.01 level and shows a significant negative association, which means that as self-efficacy increases, emotional burnout tends to decrease and vice versa. This finding underscores the importance of fostering self-efficacy among employees and a potential strategy to mitigate emotional burnout in the workplace. The second hypothesis stated that there would be a significant relationship between work motivation and emotional burnout. So again, through the previous slide, it was seen that the correlation coefficient for both the variables came out to be minus 0.685, which was again significant at the 0.01 level, indicating a negative correlation, which suggests that higher levels of work motivation are associated with lower levels of emotional burnout, while lower levels of work motivation tend to correlate with higher emotional burnout. Therefore, this significant correlation between negative correlation, between three variables shows that employees with high levels of self-efficacy tend to experience lower emotional burnout, possibly because they possess greater self-confidence in their ability to cope with work-related challenges and stresses. Similarly, individuals who are more motivated in their work are less likely to experience emotional burnout, as their enthusiasm and drive may buffer against feelings of exhaustion and disengagement. In conclusion, the findings of this research underscore the integrated relationship between these three variables, and The results suggest that enhancing self-efficacy and work motivation can potentially mitigate emotional burnout among employees. Employers and organizations can leverage these findings to develop strategies aimed at fostering employees' beliefs in their abilities and enhancing their enthusiasm for work-related goals by creating a supportive environment that promotes self-efficacy and motivates employees. Organizations can not only improve employee well-being, but also enhance overall organizational productivity and performance. Thank you for giving me your time and attention.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Very well presented. You can share your details in the chat box so that we can be recorded. Anyone else waiting for the presentation? Kindly share your details. If there are no presentations, then we shall close the session for the day. This is the final call for all the presenters for today's presentation. Today's schedule is visible on the screen. Kindly check your names if you are available, and if you haven't presented today, you can immediately share your details in chat box. Other than the scheduled presentations, if you are ready with your presentations, you can share your details in the chat box so that we can invite you for presentations. And those who have missed your presentations from 19th till date, that is till tomorrow, one last opportunity is provided to all those who have missed their presentations, and also to those who would like to make presentations which are scheduled as well as unscheduled. You can join tomorrow at 2 o'clock and complete your presentations. And at 6 o'clock, we will be having regular presentations as scheduled. And on 26th, we will not have any presentations, only invited talks. We will have presentations by the invited speakers on 26th. So we will not have much time on that day. So don't wait, don't request your schedules on 26th. As far as possible, try to complete it. Tomorrow, we are extending time also. You can join from 2 o'clock onwards and you can complete your presentations. Inform your colleagues who are interested to present, who have registered or who have not registered but interested to present, those who have missed the presentations. from tomorrow, 2 o'clock onwards, we'll be having session. The Zoom platform will be open. So utilize this opportunity because only hardly 2 days are left, tomorrow and day after tomorrow. 26th will be, we'll be having invited talks from eminent speakers, experts, senior professors in social work. On that day, we will not be able to give a lot time for presentations. So whoever is willing, whoever have registered, and whether your presentation is scheduled or not scheduled, everyone complete your presentations maximum tomorrow itself or day after tomorrow. After that, we cannot provide you opportunity to make presentations. So keep this in mind and inform all your friends to complete their presentations, because we also need to prepare a feedback form with all the presentations presented, and we will be asking for feedback from all the presenters as well as the participants. So tomorrow we have few presentations. So we have updated this message also on website. You can clearly see. Those who have missed all these days, you can continue tomorrow, 2 o'clock. And from 6 p.m. onwards, we also have scheduled presentations. So don't miss your presentations. And those who are registering now, or even if you want to reschedule also earlier, you can join tomorrow and complete your presentations. See, we have a lot of presentations even on 25th also. So 26th will not have much time. So try to utilize only tomorrow and day after tomorrow as many pending or missed presentations we can take it up. So we'll be sharing the feedback form for today's. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form before leaving the platform. Daily for each day, within the Zoom platform, there will be registration form as well as feedback form for individual days. But for the entire conference, you need to fill up the Google form registration form only once. Only if you are making multiple presentations or you have made any mistake, for correction, you need to fill again. Otherwise, only once you need to fill the registration form through Google form, and feedback form will also be shared after the conference or in the last session of conference. That also you need to fill only once. In the Zoom platform, those who are attending, because only those who have attended can only fill this form. Google form is accessible from anywhere, but this specific registration forms and feedback forms are available in the Zoom platform itself. So those who are attending the conference only can fill this feedback and registration forms. So only this attendance will be considered as attendance for certificates. So ensure that you are providing all the details daily. Morning starting registration form will be open until feedback form is launched. So you can fill up the registration form till the feedback form is available. At the end of session or last session, the feedback form will be launched after closing the registration form. So thank you everyone for joining us on this wonderful day. We had good, comparatively, we had very good presentations today. So I wish all the success for your future endeavors, for all the presenters, and thank you all the participants who have been patiently listening, attending, and encouraging all the presenters and co-participants. Continue to attend and kindly follow the instructions. We are there here to help everyone, but we are also having limited resources. Kindly understand that. We want to help you, help each and everyone. So kindly follow the instructions, kindly fill the forms correctly in time so that whenever the certificates are generated, and ensure you are maintaining the same names in all the forms so that the system can automatically map and generate certificates. So thank you everyone once again. See you all tomorrow at 2 p.m. We'll also be sending an email after this meeting. So we have also created a WhatsApp group, but I don't think even many, most of them have not joined. Maybe they haven't checked mail, or I don't know what might be the reasons. But if interested, you can join the WhatsApp group. It will be also helpful to receive updates. WhatsApp group link has been shared in the email. Now also after this meeting, we will be sending an email. So whoever has completed their presentations, kindly be ready with your PPTs and photographs and all. We'll send you, maybe today itself, if possible, we'll send you a format where if you can send, we will also try to prepare a flyer with all your photographs and titles so that you can also show it in your institutions or organizations wherever you are working, studying. So for that, we need your photographs as well. We are seeing if that is possible within the time constraints. We'll send. We will also send a format. It will be almost same format. Only additional thing is you haven't provided your photograph. So photograph along with PPT for review. And if you have full papers, you can send full papers along with abstract, or if you want abstract, you have an abstract, you can send abstract. And for those who have presented orally, they need to write a summary of half page or at least one A4 page and send it. That is mandatory, because while publishing, we need at least half page content in the proceedings. So you have to, whoever has presented orally, they have to prepare at least one page summary or at least half page summary of what you have presented. If you can prepare the completely, it is well and good, or at least you prepare a half page or a full page summary and send it along with your photograph to email address. We'll be sharing you the format. Kindly follow the format so that system automatically takes the data in a systematic way. Again, if you use a different format, the system may not pick up the data, and you may end up, missing data, and or some fields may be missing in the certificates if you don't properly enter data, because it is system, it doesn't understand any other things. It simply follows the programming code it has written. So kindly strictly follow the instructions, strictly follow the format, so that you will not face any difficulties. So thank you everyone once again. See you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night. So tomorrow 2 o'clock, let's all join and inform your colleagues also. Take care. Good night.